Here we go. How's it going, everyone? Let me know if put a 1 or something if you can hear me. Make sure my mic's working. Let's see. We got Evil Rick and Tapashio's Cop Watch in the house. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining. Oh, it is. Shit. Okay. All right. Okay, I think we got it. Today I want to do a little bit of a video about right on. Thanks, Evil Rick. I'm going to do a little video about, I probably didn't plan it completely properly like I should have, but about this, what is a kangaroo court and sham legal process. There's a lot of people out there that they hear the terms kangaroo court, somebody gets upset and they, oh, that's a kangaroo court, or they hear maybe the term, these are sham legal proceedings. And what a lot of people don't realize is that these are indeed legal terms and recognized by the court system, recognized by the system of law as being real terms. And kangaroo courts are a very real thing, and sham legal process is a very real thing. And the fact is that many of our local courts are all a part of in my area right here, and it's very likely in your own area, these local courts are kangaroo courts using sham legal process. But we'll get to that in a minute. I'll give everybody a few minutes to get in here, and in the meantime, I'll share a little bit because I know I got a lot of people coming in from the I've been having a good relationship with the people in the biker communities on these channels, and so I want to, and I don't have a whole lot of biker oriented content so much on my channel, so I want to so while we're waiting for some more people to get in here, I'll share a little bit of something with you. Ray Gregory, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And anyone who's viewing, go ahead and chime in. It'll show the Facebook side, but usually I can't reply to it from here. But if I see it, I'll definitely throw something up there. But okay, before we get started into the subject, I want to, I'll share this here. This is Gracie, my bike that I lost. This is a 1980 FLT. With the FLT is the picture you're seeing is without the fairing. The FLT is what today's Road Glide is. This was the first version of that in 1980. Was the first year for it. And mine don't have the fairing, but this was what it looked like when I got it. And Gracie is its name. And this is it's a shovelhead, 1980 shovelhead. It was the first year that they used 5-speed, and it was an 80-inch motor. And this is the first year for that, I believe. And they maybe the first or second year, and then they ran it till I think 1983, and then that went into the Evo motor. And I had a lot of dudes that rode the Evos would argue with me, oh, yours ain't a shovelhead if it's an 80. And I was like, it surely is a shovelhead. And but this is what she looked like when I first got her. And then it was so ugly, I was going to sell it. And let's see here. And I'll just show real quick before we get started to the subject just how ugly this thing was. Let me check the comments real quick. Tapacio's good to see you here listening, cooking my meal. Right on. Right on. Definitely get yourself fed, bro. Evil Rick says, when a court won't let you bring up Constitution, you know you're not in a real court. 100%, Evil Rick. That's 100%. 100%. And a lot of people don't realize their courts. If you go into your courts and you see the fringe around the flag, and there's people that argue it, but that actually means you're under maritime law and not under actually constitutional law. And there's different ways. Some of these, I don't have all that prepared, but there's a lot of people don't understand that stuff. And they're, we don't realize that these judges are not actually even going by the Constitution, or the lawyers, or the prosecutors. Tapacio's hit that like button. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, this is another photo of her. I'll just show a couple more photos, then we'll get over to the subject matter. I just wanted to share this with, I know I got a lot of people joining up for the from the biker community, and currently I don't have my bike. I had two of them, and I had one newer than this, but this is how ugly she was when I first got her. And I'll show just a couple more pictures, then we'll get on with the subject. And just to give you an idea what I had here, this became my pride and joy, and you'll understand why in a minute. When these are some of these photos are the photos I took when I was getting ready to sell it. Couldn't stand the dang thing. At that time, it was a 5-speed. I rode it for 3. I came off of onto this. I came off of a Sportster, old 4-speed Sportster. And so I was used to 4-speed. And as far as I knew, all shovel heads were 4-speed. And about the 3rd week of riding it, I was like, man, this thing needs another gear. And I just happened to click, and I was like, holy shit, I have a 5-speed. But at the end of the day, I ended up turning it into a, wrong one. At the end of the day, I ended up turning it into a 6-speed. And I'll show you what she ends up looking like now. This is just how ugly. I'm just giving you. She was so ugly, and then I had some friends help me out with the paint job, and I rebuilt the motor and bumped it up to a 6-speed. And all this was because it had to be done. It was burning oil real bad, so I tore the motor apart, boarded out, and then ended up camming it, and then the transmission ended up blowing up a few gears, so I tore that apart and then bumped it up to a 6-speed. And it's one of the only, let me share. And then this is what she looks like now. And somewhere, I don't know, this is the bike that they took from me, and somewhere, and it won't tell me where it's at. But I just figured I'd share that with everyone. For those of you that's from the biker community, I'm sure you would appreciate it. It's paint job. There's my buddy helped me out. A couple of friends helped me out. That was from an opposite club of I was, but we all worked together. And the picture don't do it justice to see this thing up close when it's all shined up in real life. It's just, it come to life. And after it was done, after a paint job, and I did the motor and transmission, and she ran as good as anything. And I was like, I ain't selling her no more, So, but I'll go ahead and get these out of there, and then we'll get on with the today's subject. But let me get these off here, and then get to the comments. So we have Brandon Mitchell, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Glad to see you join us. Tapaccio, shout out to Evil Rick. Evil Rick says the gold fringe is only to be flown on the sea outside a land limit or on a naval base where the caption is God. Yeah, right on. Right on. I'm glad you said that. There, a lot of people don't realize that when they see the gold fringe around that American flag, they walk into the court and see that, and they don't understand that that's what it is meant for, and it's not meant for us. If we when we think we're walking into court and have our constitutional rights and all this, and they laugh at us. And half the time we don't know how to defend it. And we hire a lawyer that's not going to tell us this stuff, and they don't defend it. And, but a good way to do it is look over at your American flag, and that's hanging in the court. And if it's got the gold fringe on it, they are 100% running under maritime law, and you got to understand how to proceed through that. Eva Rick, shout out to Brandon. Tapacios, that's a beautiful color. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you. That was thrown together with my boss, the guy I was working with that time, who's also a good friend of mine. He wasn't just my boss, but things were slow, so I was just going to spray bomb it. I was so sick of it. It was looking so ugly before. I was just going to spray bomb it, spray can. And my buddy says, hey, I got some extra old paint laying around. We can mix some stuff up. And it turned into that. It was pretty awesome. Brendan Mitchell, shout out to Rick, Evil Rick. And Ray Gregory, nice looking bike. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right now I'm real upset. I show that because then people can understand a little bit of my anger issues toward our local government. They took that, and it's not from asset forfeiture or nothing like that. They took it unlawfully. When they came to take me out of my house, they took everything with it, everything in my house, everything in my garage, and to this day, now it's over a year and a half now. And this day, I'm sure it's probably that storage unit has been auctioned off, I'm sure. And technically it's stolen. If anyone sees that bike around, let me know, because that's stolen. And that's, yeah. So you can understand, and a shovel head, I'm not trying to cut. I had a 2009, the bike I sold was a 2009 Classic. And the motor all built and all that. It was that motor was built so much that it had so much compression that when you started it, when it first started off, you'd hear boof right through the exhaust. It was just it was built for racing or whatever. But that was the way I bought it. My shovel head, I built it. I was the one that built it. So so it's a part of me. And to this day, they won't tell me where it's at. Tapacios, good afternoon, everyone in chat. Right on. Eva Rick, drop in Ray Gregory's link. Thanks, Rick. Let me check something here. Cindy Dotson from over on Facebook. I remember making the sticker for your beautiful bike. That is right. So Cindy's over here in the on the Facebook side, and it won't let me chat back on that, but I should be able to bring it up. Show these up here. She printed up, the bike's name is Gracie. Was the name before I ever got it. And I was like, I'm just going to keep it with that name. And she printed up she printed up these stickers for me. And the one was my club name that I threw on the speedometer. It had that big square speedometer, if anyone ever remembers those. And then she printed up a nice red where it said the name Gracie, and I threw that on the cover, on the chrome cover, and it matched with the black and red colors there. And that was my club colors, was black and red. So almost everything was black and red. It wasn't done that way on purpose. That's the way the colors turned out. I was like, that's perfect because it matches my club colors. And but I'll never forget that, Cindy. That's for sure. And hopefully I can get that bike back. And those stickers should still be on there. And I loved that very much when I was able to throw those stickers on there. It really brought it out, brought it to life. Ray Gregory says, thanks, Evil Rick. Tapacios, Ray Gregory, thumbs up. And nice bike. Thank you very much. And Ray Gregory, shout out to Tapacios. Okay, well, so we're talking about now I'm even forgetting what I was saying. The sham legal process in kangaroo courts is a very real thing. And if you bring this up, they get offended by it. And it is very much a real thing. Kangaroo courts. We hear that and we think, oh, that somebody's upset and they're calling it a kangaroo court or sham legal process. But these are legal terms understood by the Supreme Court. And it's kind of relevant in my case because when I was fighting my case, I threw it out there. I said they are using the sham legal process, and that's a defense you can use. But the higher court wanted to ignore me saying that because they don't want to admit that this is what's going on. But sham legal process, and I'm going to bring up the definitions here in a minute. But in the meantime, kangaroo courts, 100%, right? So I want to share this a little. I'm going to play just a little part of this video just to bring a few things to light, and then we'll continue on with it. So hopefully the audio plays, and
if you've ever been to the Department of Justice building in Washington, D.C., then you know that it is like a temple. There are carvings in the walls above windows that say things like, "Where law ends, tyranny begins." Above the massive doors on this temple, it says, "The place of justice is a hallowed place." Hallowed, sanctified, consecrated, venerated, sacrosanct. Hallow is defined as to make holy, to set apart for holy or religious use, to consecrate, to treat or keep as sacred, to reverence. Some very high language being employed. So it's incredibly hypocritical to an almost asinine level for people whose agency is housed in this building to blatantly ignore the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Supreme Court's rulings, and to play legal semantics games to bureaucratically abuse the law, to ignore Americans' inherent rights to due process, to try and steal their money for the government.
Okay, I just wanted to show that little clip. That's from Truth Stream Media. If on YouTube, if you want to watch that full video, but I just wanted to share that little clip there from the beginning of their video. I just thought it was interesting that that's what should be in those words, as in the building is built like a temple, the Fed building. And it's just interesting. And when we understand these things, we understand who's controlling us and who's calling all the shots. And so I get that off there, and I will bring up the I had it up here now. I must let me go into my history real quick. So, I got to share this screen here. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. So kangaroo courts we're talking about, and this is what we got. Okay, it's up there. Kangaroo courts, and this, if we go by the dictionary, if we just Google search it and we go by the dictionary, it says an unofficial court held by a group of people. Let me move this real quick. Okay, an unofficial court held by a group of people in order to try someone regarded, especially without good evidence, as guilty of a crime or misdemeanor. Okay, now right off the bat, consider your local courts and consider how many people you know who are always being wrongfully charged, or they're being offered deals all the time. You got these, and a lot of times it's minor stuff, minor traffic stuff, but they pull you in court, and if you try to fight it, and then you get a lot of times a court appointed, but even your paid lawyers would do this stuff, and they'll meet with the prosecutor several pre-trials and keep coming back to you with these deals. Oh, take this deal, take this deal. Well, what they don't realize, what they don't tell you most of the time is when they're offering a deal is because they're afraid that they can't prove you guilty of what they're accusing you of. And that being the case, when they know that's the case, or when they have the facts, like in my case, they try to claim I knowingly caused physical harm to someone is what he charged me as, right? But then on the very paper that he turned into the prosecutor, it says no one was harmed, and no evidence of any violence, and no threats were made. He put all that on his report. Well, at that that very next day, when the prosecutor, while I'm sitting in jail, the prosecutor should have saw that and should have said, we don't have a case here, and threw it out. But instead, he continued to try to get me, and he talked my lawyer into siding with him, and that would be lawyer Nicholas Fee, who's now in Bryan, Ohio, Williams County Court. He is the end of that year, after he screwed me over, they moved him up to prosecutor into the court. And this is how then they move up into judge and everything else. And what we have going on right here in Defiance County, and your county is more likely the same way, is these guys are running kangaroo courts and using sham legal proceedings. And so we continue on. Even Wikipedia shows, I'm just showing the quick search results here. Kangaroo court is an informal projective term for a court that ignores recognized standards of law or justice, carries little or no official standing. See, the problem is with Wikipedia, that is a lie. It does carry official standing, and you can't, it is a defense, and people don't realize that. You can use this as a defense, but you got to prove that this is what they're doing. But you can say, hey, I'm being brought into a kangaroo court. And how is it a kangaroo court? Well, it's because the judge is ignoring it. The judge is supposed to be impartial. Well, a judge's job there is supposed to be to judge you based on the law, judge your case based on the law. So when he sees, the problem is when he sees how it should be, but we don't understand it's maritime law in there, but how it should be is he sees your rights are being violated, or something's going against the Constitution, he should stop right there. But he don't do that. He allows it to proceed. And that's when it becomes a kangaroo court. And they're coming in here, charging people money, giving them fines, giving them jail time. And like here in Defiance County, the judge, we got judges and prosecutors in these local counties right around here that are all, the jail they send everyone to is CCNO Correction Center of Northwest Ohio. The problem is that's a private jail, and it's it's owned by a group of investors, and that investor group calls itself whatever name. But when you look into it, those investors are the judges, like Judge Roars was one of the investors in that. When he sent me to jail, this is what people don't realize. That was a conflict of interest. You're running a kangaroo court. You're trying to find me guilty and send me to jail. That's a conflict of interest, because you're sentencing me to jail, from a jail that you're going to make money back from. That's wrong. And but let's go. We can take this further now. Let's just look at legal information. Law.cornell.com. The term, they describe kangaroo court right here. The term kangaroo court is an idiom referring to a court whose proceedings deviate so far from accepted legal norms that they can no longer be considered fair or just. The label of a kangaroo court is severe condemnation and is generally only levied against judges presiding over egregious miscarriages of justice. And when I turned in my appeal against this local court, against the case, it was a miscarriage of justice. And I said, we have to correct a miscarriage of justice. And I'll see if I can bring that up in a minute, the way I handled my appeal and the wording of it and the paperwork that has to be filed. And motions and stuff like that. I've talked about in another video, but as things pick up and as the subscribers pick up and stuff, I will be doing getting this better and getting it more important information out there. Right now, I'm trying to hit on the basics of this stuff. Check the comments real quick. Tapacio's Cop Watch says courts have an unlawful way to turn people into criminals. My point of view is that I don't know was the system before, but now is about prosecuting people to make money. It's a money thing now. That's 100% right, Tapacio's. You're 100% right. It's all it is anymore. We're being brought into these courts, and that's what I'm saying. Most of the courts that most of us are dealing with on these local levels, they are kangaroo courts indeed. And if they'll fight you every step of the way, even the higher courts, they're supposed to take this into serious consideration. If you try to fight back and say, whoa, you're running a kangaroo court here, you're using sham legal proceedings, which are legal definitions. And once you do that, if they don't want to back off what they're doing, then the higher court, you're supposed to be able to go to a higher court, and the higher court can come back and defend you and say, yes, we find that this is, we do not allow kangaroo courts, and the judge would be in trouble for that. Okay, and you're not allowed to talk about it, but I see how they screwed when you got an investigation going on. When you report a judge, you're not allowed to discuss it until they're done with their investigation. Well, the Ohio Supreme Court has had my complaint for over a year. By law, they're supposed to contact you back within 90 days. I'm pretty sure it's 90 days or 160, something like that. They got that much time frame to contact you back to let you know about your case. They've not contacted me yet, just like the Civil Rights Commission. I didn't hear nothing back from them. And so finally I contacted them on my own, and just for the guy to say, oh, the case is closed. Hold on. What do you mean the case is closed, right? This is nonsense. Well, so the same thing is going to happen for this judge who's now retired, but he was running a kangaroo court. And now the guy who was prosecuting me, Troy Essex, who's a criminal thug, okay, I had a complaint against him. They ignored it. He moves up into judge now, and no one could run against him or whatever. And now he's running a kangaroo court. Mr. Troy Essex, I know you're following me on Facebook. I know you're watching what I'm doing. You're running a kangaroo court. So you are illegitimate, Mr. Troy Essex, Your Honor, right? I mean, that's just the damn truth. And that's what's going on here. Kangaroo courts, and most likely your area is doing the same exact thing. And it's definitely happening here in Defiance County, over in Williams County, Henry County, and Fulton County. Those are our local counties that I know 100% for a fact that this is what they are doing. And I'll give my disclaimer. I am not a lawyer. I've got to give that disclaimer. Okay. I'm not giving you legal advice. We're just together learning about this stuff is what's happening on my channel. Right. Check, Cindy Dotson shouts out to Hey Evil Rick. Right on. Yeah, Cindy, I know you would, Cindy and I go way back. I met her through, the group I was with when I was with the club and all that. And they're good people. And Cindy, a lot of the people that's showing up in my chats here in this community, I'm sure you would get along with all these guys for sure. Especially people like Evil Rick and stuff. I know darn well you'd get along with these guys. Evil Rick says, nothing but extortion agents for the government, whether city, county, state, or federal. Yeah, 100%, Evil Rick, 100%. It's so out of hand these days. It don't matter, right? If it's city, county, or state, or federal, that's 100%. And that's what I'm finding out the hard way here. Back in the day, I remember my grandfather and even my dad would, if you had issues with stuff, you contact a attorney general, your state's attorney general. And it used to be a time that state attorney general would look into it properly and by law. Well, I contacted the attorney general to tell him what's going on in my case. And they reply back and say, oh, well, Ohio's home rule state is what they call it, right? Meaning that the attorney general has no authority over what's going on in the county. The hell you don't. When I report, especially when the county sheriff, he's no longer acting as a county agent, when an elected agent, when he ignores my when he violates my rights and charges me for the state. Okay, it was the state that charged me, but it was through the sheriff. Well, whoa, Mr. What's his name here in Ohio? Mr. Yost, Dave Yost, our attorney general, do your damn job. You are an oath breaker. This is your job. When I'm being charged by the state through the sheriff, that means you now have jurisdiction over that sheriff, because he's not working for the elected people. He's working for the state, right? And that's 100% right there, Evil Rick, with that comment. I appreciate all the comments. I'm really, really glad to see people taking part in this stuff. Like I say, a good portion of my people are from the viewers here. I don't want to say my people are from the it's about half and half, right? From the auditor side and then the biker side. And I really appreciate the ones from the auditor side that are following along, because it's it's a cutthroat thing with the auditor in the auditor side. With these big channels are cutting us all down, and not sharing the glory or nothing else. But I've already said that before or whatever. But let me catch back up on the comments here. Tapashio's Copwatch says cases like yours become penal code cases, so it gets passed into federal penal code law, if I'm making any sense. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. I don't have all the to explain exactly what that for those who don't know. I should maybe bring that up in a minute. But you're right, Tapashios. And that's what and it's their way of just sweeping all that under the rug, and so everybody can just not claim responsibility or help you get anything done about it. It's but that's what's going on. It's kangaroo courts and sham legal process. Cindy Dotson says, my youngest son had some problems with the defiance court. Now he can't even get a bank account. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Cindy, but I totally get it. That, they got my life in shams right now. They still have every bit of my tools. I've had, people are just talk to me about my job situation. Well, I'm not going to go work for minimum wage. I'm getting by, and a lot better than I should be, right? With no money or nothing like that. But my bank account is this close to getting closed down. Once it does, otherwise my other accounts are all, I had 3 judges here, the one that's now retired, the one that took over, and then the one from the other court. All 3 of them ruled unlawfully against me in my cases. And then afterwards, now they all ruled that everyone can come in and garnish my wages. So if they ain't going to give me my tools, which amount to at least $60,000 worth of tools, somebody thinks I'm going to go work for minimum wage and work 20 years to rebuild all that tool set. It ain't freaking happening. Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Cindy. That really sucks. And it's so corrupt over here. It truly is. And most of the surrounding areas too, they're all in it together. And the truth is it's spreading all across this country. Just like Eva Rick said, whether it's the city, county, or state or federal, it's all so corrupt anymore. And it's all a big money scam. We got this thing where Doge, I don't want to cut down on that so much. I'm not saying I'm against this Doge thing coming in and finding out where all this bad spending is going. But at the end of the day, whatever Doge finds, here's the real problem. Who is going to be held accountable? Who's going to jail, right? Doge comes out and tells us what we already knew all along, that they're spending money over here on USAID and all this and that. And it's all a bunch of nonsense. And these people are using it for a Ponzi scheme to get their hands all rich, right? Smell all that green. But the truth is, hooray for Trump for bringing that out. But what are they going to do with that money now that they're finding it all? It's not going to go back to us. They're going to take it and allocate it over here for some other scam. It's all a big scam. Okay. It just is. and we can, my problem is, okay, you're finding out that they've scammed us out of all this money through Doge. Okay, well, now, Mr. Trump, what are you going to do to hold these people accountable? There are people that deserve prison time over this. Oh, any of our lives are ruined every day by this sham legal process, right? But they won't even use any kind of legal process to prosecute these criminals that have done this stuff. Tapatios Capra says, "Be right back." Okay, right on. Okay, I'll get back to our the term kangaroo court. Okay, the term kangaroo court back over here on the definitions here. The term kangaroo court carries an implication of wrongdoing, meaning that mere incompetence is generally not enough to warrant its use. Common reasons a court may be accused of being a kangaroo court include accusations such as the court exhibited extreme bias against one of the parties, there was collusion between the judge and one of the parties, due process rights of the accused were not respected, the process was complete with such excessive haste that the parties could not have a fair trial, the jury was not impartial, the proceedings lacked decorum, the court interpreted the law in a way that would have forced a party to act a completely unreasonable manner. And that's what we have here. So I can 100% prove, as I probably have already done in previous videos or lives, but I'll see if I can bring my papers up here in a minute here. But I can 100% prove where hold on a second here. Sorry about that. I can 100% prove where okay. Sorry, I had to get that pulled up so we can get to it in a minute. But I can 100% prove from my case where it's a kangaroo court, okay? Because we'll go back to the definitions here. The court exhibited extreme bias against one of the parties. That's me. Our judge, Roars, showed complete bias against me. The first day in court, he starts going off on me, trying to tell me you're innocent until proven guilty. When I ask him, why are you throwing me out of my house? Because I don't understand how this is right. He blows up and he says, because you're the defendant and she's the victim. And that's all he said. Hold the hell on, dude. I don't care. But first of all, even if I did what they claimed, they took it way too far. I didn't do what they said, and I proved that, right? But even if I did, they took it too far. And I'm sitting in jail doing a conference with him from jail, and he's being all smart ass. And meanwhile, you can see it pans over and you see the prosecutor sitting right next to the lawyer, and they're sitting there laughing it up. Literally, they was sitting there laughing it up. Of course, none of us could see that. I saw it from the video conference, right? Because the camera picked it up, and the judge is, telling me, and I'm like, that's not a legal reason. Okay, you didn't give me a legal reason. What gave you the right? See, the problem is we think that a judge says something and that makes it law. Okay, you refuse the judge's orders. Well, Your Honor, if your orders do not comply with the law, then screw you, right? Shove it, okay? Because you are not, it's not a legitimate order. It's not a lawful order unless it falls in place with the law. And which, here we go further. There was collusion between the judge and one of the parties. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So the judge goes off on me the second time around. He goes off on me and says, oh, you called me a liar. And you think I don't know about that? We record everything. Okay, so right there is the problem. A judge is supposed to be impartial and supposed to judge according to the law. Here he is, listening to recordings and everything, recordings that they told me don't exist. Okay, I contacted sheriff's departments. I said, I want copies of the recordings from this day and this day, from both days, from both deputies involved. I want all recordings available. And they told me somehow all the recordings just didn't work that day from either cop car, from the interrogation room. None of the recordings happened to work. And the reason for that is if they would show that recordings, it would prove where these officers broke the law. And so he sided with them. He says, I heard you call me a liar in the recording. One, I didn't. They twisted it around, but he is a liar. Okay, because and in the very next breath, he says, I'll allow you to access to your cell phone long enough to contact someone to get bail. Because I said, I don't know who to contact for bail. I don't have nobody's number. And but then when the thing was done, I sat in there for 3 hours. He never once gave me access to get the number. And so he was showing disregard and colluding with the prosecutor. And so that makes it a kangaroo court. More definition: the due process rights of the accused were not respected. And that's where, in my case, right off the bat, and I didn't realize this when I got my lawyer, and this is where my lawyer screwed me over. Nicholas Fee, you're a piece of crap. The truth is, Troy Essex and Nicholas Fee, neither one of them truly understand the law. Troy Essex is now the judge, but at the time he was prosecuting my case. They're supposed to be these smart lawyers. And when he was fighting my appeal, he used literally textbook, because I did all kinds of research and I fought mine in my own words and quoted the law and all this and that and used my own words. Troy Essex used a textbook excuse saying, oh, well, he just had a mere change of heart. And that's a textbook. That's right out of the textbook, right? And but the due process, and this is where here in Ohio, and this is so I'll try to show that to, well, if I can bring it up, it's on record. Here in Ohio, State versus Steele. You got to find the right one. There's a couple of them that ain't me. But in my case, State versus Steele, I was like, how did I lose this appeal? I just don't make sense. Well, when you look into it, is because the way I was fighting it opened up a whole can of worms. If they would, and they totally ignored it. They totally ignored that argument of it. Didn't even give it any kind of attention at all. And that was because it proves that here in Ohio, all across Ohio, and this is what we don't understand, our due process rights are being violated in certain kinds of cases, well, many cases, but like if you take my case, they try to accuse me of domestic violence, and they say automatically that they act like just because you were accused of it, they can throw you out of your house. They don't have to find out who who lives there. I was the only one that lived there legally. Okay. And they didn't, and they ignored that. And Panelverse says, Windstream, I'm here but working. Right on. Good to see you, Panelverse. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it very much. Evil Rick shouts out to the Panelverse. Right on. And by all means, any of you guys go ahead and drop your links. I'm not, I think I need to, let me see if I can do that real quick. Yeah, right on. Thanks, Evil Rick. I'll try to get to that in a minute. Panelverse deserves to be a mod on my channel. I'll try to get that around in a minute. Get back on track here. Cindy Dotson says they don't like it when you know your rights. 100% right. And this is where they got to my lawyer to get him to screw me over, because see if okay. They don't like it when you know your rights. And that's usually, if I'm accused of something, I usually defend myself. But this time around, they were trying to accuse me of domestic violence and threw me out of my house, threw me in jail. I was like, whoa, I better get a lawyer for this. So I shell out all this money. I was working, I was making good money. So I paid this lawyer all this freaking money, and come to find out he was in bed with the prosecutor. And had I defended myself like I normally do, I would have beat my case. It was so stupid of me. And Evil Rich, drop in Panel Versus link right on. Thank you. Panel Verse says, thank you. I got a few weeks of grinding to do, but I'm here to give watch hours. Right on. Right on. I totally understand that, Panel Verse. Same way. I try to show my support as best I can to everybody, especially those who show their support to me. So a lot of times I tune in, but don't always got so much to say in the chat because I'm also on the side working on other things too. But or sometimes the dog wants out and I'll leave it play while I take the dog on a walk, and that way the watch hours get up there and stuff like that. 100% appreciate that very much. Totally appreciate that. So in my case, right? So what happened was the judge automatically, he tells me I'm innocent until proven guilty, but then automatically gives this court order of kind of like what is it, a protection order is what they called it. And I'll see if I got it. I don't have that one saved. I got to get it scanned in my system. But that protection order, if you go by, you got to go by the codes and statutes that they're charging you with. Well, it turned out that the statute they were trying to the penalty they was trying to give me did not add up with the charge, the code that they used to charge me with. And then according to that, if a court is going to rule that you're not allowed at your own house, okay, that's what happened. They threw me out of my house, and this started a whole snowball effect, domino effect, because now I was still working and everything. And now I'm living out of my pickup truck while going to work 10 hours a day, 10 minimum, 10 to 12 hours a day. And, so I was like, man, I can't fight this. I'm going to have to pay a lawyer. So I did that, expecting that this lawyer had my back. And he did not. He totally did not. But understanding my rights the way I do, even then, and now I understand it a whole lot more, because after I realized when I got in too deep and my lawyer screwed me over, I ended up having to put a lot of my own research into it and to learn this stuff. So I learned even that much more. But just looking back, had I just defended myself, it would have forced the prosecutor would have had to give me a complete copy of what he was going to use against me. And in that, I would have found all the evidence that my lawyer hid from me, which is illegal. And but hold on, so due process. So anyways, the judge goes ahead and puts in effect a temporary protection order. Well, come to find out, the supposed victim, who was not even claiming to be a victim, and they weren't telling me that, they go and act like it is, and she wasn't even showing up, wasn't claiming to be a victim. So they go ahead and automatically, she never even asked for a protection order, but they did it on their own accord. Well, in order for the court on its own agenda, the court on its own thought to give you, the court can't just do whatever it pleases, and they act like they can. And a lot of people don't realize this. The court cannot just up and give a ruling without it being according to law or following your due process. Okay. According to the way they charged me, a due process hearing, they needed a hearing to follow due process. That hearing should have brought the victim in. That victim had to show up. And if they did not show up, then they had to drop it. Or the only reason it was permitted that the victim don't show up is that they were actually badly hurt and could not show up. But none of that was a fact. They just didn't have a hearing, period. And so that right off the bat violated my due process rights. Well, I didn't realize that part of it. I didn't really understand that part of it. So when I'm arguing with my lawyer saying, hey, buddy, he keeps, oh, yeah, what, giving me this runaround all the time. And I said, look here, asshole, what are you doing to get me back in my house? I'm living in my truck. And he says, oh, well, gives me all these stupid excuses. Never once told me, oh, well, actually, you can go back in your home anytime you want because it's not a lawful order. Right? Never told me that, because in order for it to be a lawful order, they had to have that hearing, and they never had it. I never understood that till later. They totally violated my due process rights. And in doing so, that was the judge's choice to do that. Judge roars, screw your retirement. You are now publicly humiliated, Mr. Roars. You're a dishonest liar. Right? He don't like being called a liar. Well, that's what you are, a dishonest liar. Mr. Roars, Mr. Essex, anybody from my case, Mr. Sheriff, Nicholas Fee, any of you, come onto my channel and I will bring you on my panel and you can have, you can try to prove yourself. Okay. Try to prove I'm wrong. I invite you onto my channel and all you got to do is get a hold of me. I'll give you the link and you can come right on my channel and save face to my viewers. Otherwise, the truth is you're a liar and a lawbreaker. And I am not a lawbreaker. Okay. I might violate rules, but your rules don't apply to me. I uphold the law, which is the Constitution. I do not hurt other people. I do not steal from other people or damage other people's property. Therefore, I'm free to do whatever the hell I want, and I'm free to be in my house. And if so, the court, in order for, so he violated my due process rights. And so that makes it officially a kangaroo court. You're running a kangaroo court because you are violating due process, because you are not acting according to the law. That's what kangaroo court is. Okay, so we had that. Okay, while the term kangaroo court, back over here to the definition here, excuse me. While the term kangaroo court can be used in cases where either party is unfairly treated, it is more commonly used when the defendant is unfairly convicted or in civil cases where relief is unfairly granted to a plaintiff. Okay. In modern courts, the idiom is used to illegitimate and unjust decision. When a judge uses the term kangaroo court to refer to another court, it is strong indication the court will overrule the previous court's decision. Alternatively, if the judge lacks the authority to overturn the previous decision, it is a strong indication that the judge will ignore the decision's precedential effect on their current case. American courts will also use the term kangaroo courts to describe foreign legal systems that are unjust. Although foreign court does not need to follow American due process laws for its decisions to receive res judicia, effects in the United States, fundamentally unfair court systems are not able to bind the American judicial system. I don't care about the foreign courts, right? Despite common belief to the contrary, the term kangaroo court has origins in early 19th century America, not Australia. There are two competing theories on the origin of the idiom. The more popular explanation is that the term kangaroo court came about to describe frontier judges who would hop from one town to another with little regard for making fair rulings. Others believe that the term refers to the ad hoc and less formal courts that dealt with claim jumpers, gold miners who were accused of prospecting in other miners' land. These courts were set up quickly, and none of that matters. What matters is what we have going on today, and we are proving that our local courts are kangaroo courts. Yours maybe not, but more than likely it is. I guarantee you right here, the Defiance Municipal Court, Defiance, Ohio Municipal Court is a kangaroo court. The Defiance, which I forget what they're calling that. I always forget this one. The other court, Common Pleas Court, is a kangaroo court. They've made it that way because they are not following law when, so this other judge over here in the other court, when it came down to my foreclosure, look, I'm not trying to get my house free. There's people that don't understand what because of some of the things I say in that, but I presented facts in there, real hardcore facts. And fact number one was I paid for a loan insurance, meaning that if I defaulted on that loan, that bank got paid, right? So I'm not trying to say I didn't owe money but the bank now got paid. So you have no right to come after my house. The insurance company can make a claim, but not the bank, right? Because you got paid by the insurance. Number one, there's several other things involved in that, but the fact is, I said I demand that they show admissible evidence, and admissible evidence has to be, you got to prove where that loan came from. You got to prove, how do I owe you money? right? Well, they never did that. All they did is sent them a copy of a billing statement. Well, that don't prove I owe you money. Well, the court allowed it. He didn't just allow it. It was actually, and I don't got that scanned in my system either. I showed it once in one of my videos because I had it all crumpled up. It pissed me off. But the 3-day notice that the sheriff used wrongfully to get me out of my house, it showed the notice and signed by the judge. But the problem was they accidentally left the second page with it. The second page was a lawyer's letterhead. So it was the lawyer that filled out that paperwork, and the judge just signed it because he got his kickbacks from it. Okay, that was Judge Smink over here in the Common Pleas Court. Well, you officially made your court a kangaroo court because you failed to follow the law. Because according to the law, he had to make that bank prove how I owed the money. Instead, he just said, oh, you showed a billing statement, we'll rule against him. Okay, that was wrong. Okay, I'm not trying to say they should have ruled in my favor, but they should have took the time to go over the evidence and demand that they proved evidence. I'll go back to the comments here. Where are we at? 2-4. Oh, good to see you, 2-4. Thanks for joining in with us. Glad to see you. Evil Rick shouts out to 2. All right, right on. Trying to keep up with the comments. So far, we're not doing too bad. I'm not as behind as like I was on the last one, on the last live. But at the same time, going to try to keep up with this. Oops. Okay, now the other thing is sham legal proceedings. Sham legal process, and this is also a true legal definitions. And there's people that blow that off, and they say, "Oh, you're calling something a kangaroo court." And like I said earlier, or they think it's just because you're upset and think it's just because you're upset with the court, you're calling it a kangaroo court. No, that's actually a definition, and it's illegal. And just like sham legal process, we can bring. This brings up the law. Ohio laws right away, and under section 2921.52, using sham legal process, defined as sham legal process means an instrument that meets all of the following conditions. It is not lawfully issued. It perpetrates to do any of the following: to be a summons, subpoena, judgment, or order of the court, a law enforcement officer, or legislative or exclusive administrative body. And that is exactly what happened in my case, the sham legal proceedings, right? Using this sham legal process because they were using unlawful, like the thing I said a minute ago, the protection order that they unlawfully issued to throw me out of my house. That wasn't lawful, and they used it against me the next day to pull me over and arrest me. And even though I wasn't in my house, they tried to accuse me that I was in my house or whatever, but they used that to throw me in jail, say I broke the law because I broke a court order. Well, it was an unlawful order, and because you used an unlawful order, or on another hand, the prosecute let me see if I find this. My others. Oh, it ain't gonna let me. Let's see here. No. Okay. No, not that screen. Okay. So over here's my motion to withdraw plea that I sent in. And where was I at? Oh, sham legal process, right? So they used, oh, I got the wrong one. Sorry. It ain't showing the, okay, let me get back. We'll get back to that in a minute. Let me check the comments real quick before I got myself off track here. Evil Rick drops 2 for a link. Right on. Thank you. Thanks for dropping them links, Evil Rick. Appreciate it. I have trouble enough just keeping up with what I'm doing, and my computer has trouble keeping up. Panoverse says, W stream, hit that like. Yeah, thank you very much. Everyone, don't forget to hit that like. Very much appreciate it. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Anyone from the Facebook side, catch me on YouTube. You can type in at America Uncensored. It's scrolling in the bottom there. And by all means, subscribe to me over there. I appreciate it very much. And I'm also, I'll get to that in a little bit. I'm going to do I already did a thing where I did a drawing for some memberships, and I'll explain a little bit of that in a little bit here. It's mostly to help my channel grow and to help stay connected with all the people. I'm not using it to about my email list. Anyone that signs up in my email list, I don't use that to spam you with a bunch of stuff. I rarely send stuff out. I'm going to start doing it maybe once a month or whatever, but it's so I can keep in contact in case I get kicked off any platforms, so we can all stay in contact with each other. But also, as things move along, I'm going to start doing some giveaways and stuff like that, or special things that you can't, that might be censored out. It's to keep up with that kind of stuff. But anyone that's, anyways, I think I threw a short up. Anyone that signs up on the email list, you're going to be automatically entered, where I'm going to give away one of each level from the memberships, and it's a year thing. And after that year is up, I don't expect you to pay to redo it. It's not a thing I'm doing to try to get people's money. It's a thing I'm doing to offer you the perks out of those memberships. And it's, I'm using it to help my channel grow mostly. It's not about to get people's money, but that's why I'm giving away some of these memberships, because like I said, I'm not expecting people to pay for all this stuff, just to help this channel grow so I can end up monetizing in a legitimate way. But back over here now, I'm kind of lost track, but I mean, we said the whole thing there. We've proved where Defiance Court is running a sham legal process through the Kangaroo courts. I'm trying to bring up, I must have put the wrong one up. Let me see if I can find it. My where I can show what these oh, that's why. Okay, I got it. Here we go. I had the wrong. Let's see what this does. Yeah, okay. See if this pulls up. This is my motion to withdraw plea that I turned in. And this is when I turned this in, and the judge pulled me back into court. Anyone that's followed along, these are in videos or whatever from almost 2 years now. It's been going on longer than that, the whole case, but about 2 years now. I've been uploading the videos, and they kept drawing me back into court, trying to throw me back in jail, telling me that I'm disobeying court orders. Well, I ended up having to prove what was going on there, to scam there. The court is making money off of forcing you to go to these different, like if you get pulled over for DUI, then they send you to this thing and want you to do this program. Or if you get supposedly violence, they pull you in this thing, want you to do this program. And I don't know what just happened there. Oh, maybe because I didn't. No, that's the wrong one. Gosh, damn it. Anyways, they, what the hell just happened here? Sorry about that. This messed up, and now I lost my train of thought. Let me check comments real quick. Oh, Ray Gregory shouts out to Hey 24, right on. Where was okay? So they was trying to throw me back in jail is what was going on, the judge. And so this batter's assessment he made me take. So I go and take this batter assessment, which costs $200, right? And I go there and I take the thing, and the lady at the end of it, she goes, "Oh, everything looks good here. I don't see no reason why you got to continue anything." So I was like, okay, good. Well, 2 days later, she calls me up, and luckily it went to voicemail. And I played a copy of it in one of my videos, but she says, "Oh, hey, Mr. Steele, I just wanted to call you up to set up appointments because, as it turns out, I found I didn't realize, but I found a court mailed us and with their recommendations that you continue through our courses." And I'm like, hold the hell on, the court don't have a right to recommend that, right? And but they didn't care about that. They didn't. I don't know why that screen keeps going away. Because if it'd stay on. Oh, it is showing it, right? Okay, so this is my thing here. People don't if when you start understanding this is all when you fill out these motions in court proceedings or whatever, it's got to be certain kind of letterhead, a certain you got to use a certain kind of font, and it's all got spaced right. There's a certain way to do it, and it should look like this. And I had templates. We'll get into that in another thing. But anyways, I was, why isn't it scrolling? Okay, so we have, it don't matter. I'm trying to show this. We'll get back to that since it ain't cooperating, but here I'm just trying to show when the prosecutor is trying to throw me in jail or trying to use this stuff against me, he has this thing that came from the sheriff, and in it it's marked that there was no injuries. Well, I got the wrong one up again. Oh, right here. And I've showed this one once before, but it shows the prosecutor page here, and it says that the prosecutor had this page the very next day. He should have realized there was no reason for me to be in jail, and he should have dropped the case, because the officer fills it out and says, was there any harm to the victim? He circled no. Was there believed to be any possession weapons or controlled substances? No. Was there any reasonable belief that I was a threat? No. Right? All of this stuff, he had all of that, and he should have, that right there should have made him throw my case out. But he continued on, so that made it, you're running sham legal proceedings using unlawful. That makes it unlawful when you're using something that you know for sure I'm not guilty, but you're still using it to try to prosecute me. And this is just an example. They could do it on something simply as a speeding ticket. If you try to fight it, you just got to pay attention what's going on and pay attention what your lawyer is doing to you. Don't trust the lawyers, that's for sure. I'll go back over here to the comments. Sick Bastard, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And he's saying hello to everyone. So check out all these guys' channels. Evil Rick saying hey to Sick. The Frogzilla, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Frogzilla says, Ray Gregory, did you get a hold of Saudi Badger because you won the free chance to win the chopper? Oh yeah, right on. Congratulations, Ray. I was in on that in that live and seen you. So if you don't know, go check that out. I'm sure Salty's probably gotten a hold of you. Yeah, good to see you, Frog. Evil Rick shouts out to Frogzilla. Frogzilla, shout out to Evil Rick. Sick Bastard, shout out to Ray Gregory. Evil Rick, 2-4. Frogzilla, shout out to Sick Bastard. Frogzilla, shout out to the Panelverse. Sick Bastard, shout out to the Frogzilla. Frogzilla, hey, 2-4. And Frogzilla, hey, Tapacios. Right on. Okay. We're caught up. I don't always have to, most of you guys can see those. I don't always have to shout out all those, read all those, but I try to make sure I don't want to miss any of the important comments, and anyone's got any questions about anything, or if I'm not explaining something properly, because by all means, I don't want people to think I'm telling you, hey, this is the law and you got to believe what I say. But I did put a whole lot of time of studying this, trying to defend myself to figure out how this stuff works. And there's no guarantee you can use these ways, but this is a starting point, and then by all means, like I always say, I say screw a lawyer, but I'm not saying maybe you want to choose to use a lawyer, but understanding this stuff will prevent you from getting in the shape I was in, because sadly, we all know you can't trust a court-appointed attorney. And there's where I didn't take my own advice. I tell everyone I know, never take a deal, never take a deal. I mean, it depends. If it's something very, very serious, who knows? But I mean, if you're innocent, don't take a deal. Or if it's something stupid, don't take a deal. Fight it. Right? But if you take your court appointeds will always come back at you with a deal. You can't trust your court appointeds. They're working for the system. But your paid lawyer, you assume that they're fighting for you. And the truth is, they're a part of the system too, and they're not fighting for you. So if we understand this stuff, it will prevent us from taking it in the rear from the lawyer, right? So shout out to you, Nicholas Fee in Williams County, liking to bend people over against their will and shoving it in. I'm sure his hand is calloused, and so is Troy Essex. They're skiing. They're all sitting around, I say it enough. People are always like, I get some people, oh, you better watch it. They'll get you for slander. They'll get you for this and that. Hey, by all means, Mr. Essex, come at me for whatever you want to come at me for what I'm saying. Come on at me. Let's, they ain't going to do that, because they know then we got to bring all this shit to light, because everything I'm saying is the truth. Okay. So people are like, oh, you're being brave. Running your mouth about the judge. You're being brave, running your mouth about this lawyer. Well, the minute I'm saying something that ain't true, I'm sure they will jump on it. Okay. But in the meantime, they're going to hide away, because Mr. Essex knows everything I'm saying is 100% true. Let me get off of this one. And it seems to be showing it on the screen, but it ain't showing on my screen, so it's hard for me to follow along. But we can read what I had put on there on mine. In the municipal court, right? Like I said, it's got to look like this. If it don't look like this, and if it ain't done right, if you file your own filings, I recommend you do so, but understand what you're doing. And like I said, I got to remake the template. I had a template made up that was on my other site that one's closed down now, but accidentally. But anyways, I just couldn't afford to keep it up, but I didn't realize that I needed to get those files off there before I lost it. But I did have a template where you can just put in your information and it puts it out, and it puts it in order the way it should be. Because if you have just the wrong font, they'll throw it out, right? And they use that as their legal reasons for doing so. But here's what I submitted to my motion to withdraw a plea. Now comes the defendant, Lawrence P. Steele, and hereby resubmits his motion to withdraw a plea. This is my second time going around, and moves this honorable court to vacate his no contest pleas entered by this court, right? So the point is, I put in there, and you should word it that way and be in respect. And I was like, I hereby move this honor. And that's what a motion is. You're telling the court which way to move according to the law. But, I respectfully request that you move this court, honorable court, right? So that's me. I'm not coming out disrespecting his court. I'm trying to be all in respect at first, giving him the right, giving him, hey, step up and honor your oath, and let's do this properly. And so I put this paper out there. I filed it, my motion, and to withdraw my no contest plea. Well, the judge, and it was on recording, where I had a recording where that lady from the assessment place told me, oh, we found the paper where the court recommended. So I went into court and I walked 10 miles to there. They was looking for an excuse to throw me in jail, right? And I'm like, I don't care, I'll walk. And I know what you're up to. I walked 10 miles, showed up there, and I said, I want to put this. And that's when I found out that this judge, and you got to be careful, this is what the judges do. They don't put it on the record. And you got to realize what actually on the record and off the record means. But if the judge at the end of your case, he decides this is off the record, now your shit ain't on the record. When you go to appeal it, you lose your appeal because they say, oh, nothing's on the record. They don't dare go after the judge and say, why ain't nothing on the record, right? Or how did you find him guilty of something when nothing's on the record? There's no record, right? But I had the recording in my hand. I had it on a disc, and he says, what's that? I said, I want to submit this to the record. Well, I don't know what that is. I said, I'm telling you right now what it is. It is a recording of that lady saying that you ordered these, me to go through this thing. And that is not, you are not the professional. You are not the legal professional or the whatever, a counselor that is given that legal right to make that recommendation. And because you didn't do that, that puts you in error. Oh, I'm not going to let you, I don't know what that is. So he wouldn't let me put it on the record. But he quickly shut down what he was going to do. Because right off the bat, as soon as I walked in there, stumbling in there after walking that far, he says, hey, Mr. Steele, I'll tell you what, you just want to go ahead and do 90 days right now? I said, 90 days for what? I ain't going back to jail. And well, you're disobeying my court orders. Well, I got this recording right here that shows that your court order is, screw it, it's not a legal court order. And that's when he shut everything up and quit, and then didn't want to throw me back in jail no more. All of a sudden, his whole tone changed because he knew I had that in my hand. And if it got on the record, he'd be in deep shit, right? Because he's not allowed to do that. If they order you to any kind of thing, whether it be for drinking, drugs, anger issues, whatever, they can order you to take an assessment if you're found guilty or whatever. They cannot order you to continue on unless the person, the counselor, the professional person that does this assessment has to say, we recommend further. Well, that lady said, I don't see nothing wrong here, and no reason for you to continue on. Well, the judge wasn't happy with that because he gets a kickback off of that. You pay $150 each time you go to one of them meetings. Around here anyways, $150 a shot. Well, he gets a chunk of that $150, however much it is. He gets a percentage of that each time. Okay, that's part of the judge's slush fund. Ain't that right, Mr. Essex? Please chime in with us, Mr. Troy Essex. We know you're following my Facebook, which is stalking, but by all means, chime in here and let us all know what's going on here, right? That's part of the slush fund that they're getting. They get a kickback off it. I'm not saying that's happening everywhere, but more likely it is. It certainly is happening here in Northwest Ohio. And so that there is called using sham legal process in a kangaroo court is what that all comes down to. Sick bastard says, "Yep, sounds like he knows. Sounds like he's learned. Most of us have learned. Any of us that understand this have learned it the hard way. Usually, right? We end up finding out that, man, my ass is sore, pretty sore. I don't understand what's going on. Well, that's because all these assholes was getting kickbacks and bending you over so they can get those kickbacks." I see a few more of you guys dropped in from the biker side earlier. I was showing some pictures of my shovel head that they stole from me and still refused to give back. And so if you missed that, go back in later, just catch the beginning, and you can catch the pictures of that. I've shown it in a few videos, sometimes on my thumbnails, but I just happened to be going through my stuff earlier and seeing my photos. I was like, well, I'll go ahead and share that. I'm sure that the people from that side will appreciate that. I had for some reason what's going on here? I gotta get okay. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, kickbacks, 100%. Sick bastard. That's man, that's always there. That's what we're up against. All of us. We're up against these people screwing us over to get their freaking money, to enrich themselves. Sick bastard says I had something to do with the closing of the work release program for child support in Bergen County, New Jersey. Oh, right on. Oh, that's pretty cool, sick bastard. To get that shut down, pay or stay. So they quit doing that? Is that what you're saying? That they no longer are doing that? Which is a big crock. Here I have a problem with it, especially here in Ohio, the child support system. I raised my son from I had him full custody from the day he was well, I actually got full custody by the time he was 1. But because the mom was a total piece of crap, and I went to get full custody, and I didn't ask I was making good money at the time, so I didn't even ask for child support. But she didn't show up to defend herself, and that pissed the judge off. So the judge automatically ruled that she owed me child support. Guess how much I've received in child support? Nothing, right? She still owes all this money. I've never, and she's not done no time in jail, not lost no license, nothing. But here in Ohio, if a man does that, he loses his license, he gets thrown in jail, wages garnished, all kinds of shit. But if the woman owes child support, they just look the other way, right? And then, so technically she still owes all these arrears, but I'll never see it. They ain't gonna go after her. I just thought I'd throw that in there, my little experience with child support. But I know guys around here that have paid more than their fair share and have been, under the microscope the whole time when they were ordered to pay. My half brother, when he had his daughter most of the time, and he was still ordered to pay, and they hounded him all the time and ignored the fact that he was the one providing for his daughter and had her most of the time, and they didn't care. It's sided against the men. Sick bastard says they had everything set up to nail the men, but not the women. Oh, right on. That's kind of pretty much what I was saying, right? So it sounds like most states are probably running it the same way. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing that with us. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something that always plays on the back of my mind, especially when I'm in hard times, right? When I'm in hard times, I'm like, where is any of those rears that are owed? Not that I'm in favor of how child support acts, but you do it to all these, you go hardcore against all these men. Well, meantime, all this money that I had to pay to raise my son, you didn't care that the mother didn't give a shit, right? And never held accountable. Sick Bastard says everybody was getting kickbacks. The sheriff's office, the freeholders, the judges, the state, 100%, right? That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. It's such a scam, and that's why they're so ready to go against you, because they know they're going to get that kickback. And like I was saying, if you weren't here earlier, in the what goes on here in Defiance and the local counties, we got the jail is called. There's no longer a jail in town, and now they send them all. It's out in the middle of nowhere. It's called CCNO, Correction Center of Northwest Ohio. And that's actually most of the jails we don't understand these days are actually privately owned. And this one is. And it's a bunch of investors together. And come to find out, those investors are judges and prosecutors, right? And they all are the shareholders of that jail. So all the money that jail makes, these judges and all the ones that are invested in it, which is the judges and prosecutors, not all, it's the ones that are invested in it, they get all this kickback from it. Okay, so that's a complete conflict of interest. Oh, we're going to throw you in jail because of this. Oh, ain't that funny, Your Honor? You're going to make money off of that. That's a conflict of interest, yeah, and so they're all getting kickbacks. That's 100% the way it is. 100%. It's all these programs they come up with. When you find out that your court is so much favoring these whatever the program is, we got the one for child and family advocacy group, being ran out of Henry County, next county over. They when I was conned by my lawyer into taking the deal, he says, "Oh, well, you take this assessment, this batter's assessment. You take that online and from home. You can take, anywhere you want." And so I was like, okay. And well, come to find out, he lied to me. It was the court said I could only do it in Henry County. So I had to drive there, spend my gas to go there, and then spend $200 to have the assessment, just for the lady to say what I already knew. We don't see nothing wrong here, right? But there's a reason that court ordered it to be only that place, which is illegal. He recommended where I go. Why? Because he's getting the kickbacks off of that. He's now retired. How much do you think he's worth? Certainly more than what his compensation was from we the people. Excuse me. Sick Bastard says, and then I told them that they were providing me with ineffective counsel because their attorneys were only talking to me before court. And that's that's right, ineffective counsel. And that's a very good stance to take, a very a way of, it's a strategy that people need to learn more about, ineffective assistance of counsel. And that's what my motion to withdraw was based on. And and all you got to do is, and it's very easy really to prove that your lawyer or who's ever your counsel, your lawyer or court appointed, whatever, it's very easy it's easy to prove they're ineffective, but it's not as easy to get the court to listen to you that they're ineffective. They don't want to hear it. Why? Because they're in it together, right? Because they're scratching each other's back. I gotta watch how I say it. I know in a lot of videos I say, "Oh, they're whacking each other off." I mean, they are, but that rubs some people the wrong way. But yeah, right on. Oh yeah, sounds like you went through quite a deal there. Over in, where'd you say that was? New Jersey? Bergen County, New Jersey. They couldn't get a new attorney that I couldn't say the same, and they never went after me again. They could only garnish, and it was astronomical and impractical. Oh yeah. Yeah. When they end up back into a corner, when they end up backed into a corner like that, I know a few people that's done that, and they would say ineffective accounts. Well, because a lot of times, especially when it comes to court appointed, they court appointed, a lot of times they'll appoint you, like they did for my son. They appointed this guy that's a real estate lawyer. What the hell are you doing appointing him to a criminal case, right? So they appoint lawyers who know nothing about what they're taking on, right? And because they're doing their pro bono work or whatever. Well, the problem is you need to be appointing a lawyer that's competent enough to handle that case, right? Otherwise, it's ineffective assistance counsel. So many people don't, if you're especially a court appointed, claim ineffective assistance counsel. And then when they give you another one, claim it again until, just like Sick Bastard did here, then they have to knock it off. But I mean, they'll still garnish your wages, like he said. And that's a pain in the ass when they do that. And usually it's unfair amounts. And that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I'm facing. A lot of people tell me, like, I understand my job situation thing, that there's especially people locally have an issue with that. But I mean, like I say, you're not supporting me. Why do you give a shit, right? But my thing is, because of what they did, they're forcing me into getting a minimum wage job, and they already got, then these same judges that screwed me over already ruled that all these people can garnish my wages. What makes you think I'm going to accept some minimum wage job so you can take all my money? I ain't going to do it, because I won't be better off than I am now. So whatever, I'll struggle with my dog as long as I got to before I'm going to play their games. Years of it, bro, in Bergen County. Oh, wow. That sucks too, because that takes a lot out of you. You know, it takes a man down for sure when they pull these games. And, you know, it's sickening is what they do. It's sickening. They would always take my case last so no one else could know what I was doing. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, because they end up doing the same to me. As I started, when I had my lawyer, I was just going through the pre-trials. But as soon as I realized my lawyer screwed me over and I started fighting back for myself, that's when it got way worse. But they saved me for last every single time. That way no one else was in there, because they don't want no one else to know the gig. They don't want no one to know what's going on. They're afraid that if you know what you're talking about, that fears them. That puts the fear in them. Oh, this guy knows what he's doing. And even if we can screw him over, we don't want somebody else hearing this and trying to do the same thing. You know, it's a sick system we got. The truth is, it's not just a kangaroo court, it's a kangaroo government that we got going on. Over a decade. Oh, wow, man, that's rough. Mine's pushing on close to 5 years now. Pretty close. Not quite, but it's about 3 years altogether right now that this nonsense is where it all started at. And I proved right from the beginning, and all they would have had to, even right now, they could get a hold of me privately, you know, because I throw all the shit on, I put them on camera and all that. But if they would get a hold of me privately and say, hey, we want to meet with you off the record to discuss this and make it right. Okay, I'll respect that, and I won't throw the camera in your face, and we'll meet and sit down man to man and fix this. You hear that, Troy Essex? Do what's right? Be a freaking man. Okay, but they won't do it. They want to keep making my life hell. But if they would step up in honor, I would respect that, right? I'm not here to, like a lot of, you'll see my videos where I'm going after the cops and stuff. And locally, I'm throwing the camera in their face, and it could be taken as disrespect, but understand where it all started. They earned that disrespect. If I go into another town to do some of these audits, like I got a few friends hit me up to come out to their areas to do some, get out there with the camera and stuff. You didn't disrespect me. You didn't ruin my life. I'm not going to purposely disrespect you unless I see you violating people, you know, otherwise, you know, they could fix this, but they don't want to. And now it's just, in the very beginning, if they would have said, hey, you're right, we screwed up, I wouldn't have been threatening to sue or nothing like that. Would have been like, okay, thanks for admitting you're wrong. Now I can get on with my life. Well, now you took me down to nothing. Okay, so it's just ridiculous. If you are smart, it scares them 100%. They are afraid of anyone that knows her. And that's what, I don't know if Cindy, I don't know if she's still with us from over on the Facebook side. She was chiming in earlier, and that's exactly what she said. They're afraid of everyone that knows their rights. They don't want somebody in there knowing their rights because that scares them. Because the truth is, these judges and lawyers are not, I'm not saying all of them, I'm not trying to cut down every one of them, right? But the ones locally, they are not as smart as we think. They just got the title and they don't refresh themselves up on the law. Like this judge here, court, he didn't know a damn thing. He just let the prosecutor decide what was going on. And that's where when I said, I let him know when I brought to him that disc that proved what I was where made him back off and shut up. I said, well, I want you to know I'm once again filing my motion to withdraw plea because I'm not going to get screwed over here. He tries to talk me out of it. Well, you can make things worse for yourself, and tries to tell me, I know a case where a guy was convicted of murder and ended up with the death penalty because he wanted to. I said, this is far from that. I'm resubmitting my motion. And he goes, and he said it right there in front of her. And no one was, in front of all the court people or whatever, but that means it would have been recorded, right? He says, well, that's fine. I guess I will talk it over with Mr. Essex, who was the prosecutor, and see what he says if he wants to do that. Well, that's not his choice. If I submit my motion to withdraw plea, which I showed a few minutes ago, if I submit that, and in that I prove where my lawyer screwed me over, I prove he didn't do his job, then you, as a judge, have to say, okay, you proved this. I have to let you withdraw your plea, right? But he didn't do that. He let the prosecutor decide. That's illegalist. That's what a kangaroo court is, right? But 100% sick bastard. If you're smart, it scares them. And that's what I was saying. That's what Cindy was saying. Oh, I see you are still in here. Okay, right on. Even in the end, guards were happy for me. Yeah, right on. Yeah, sometimes you get some people that there's people in the system that understand what the nonsense to run. Here locally, we just had a guard get busted for he was helping the inmates get buy drugs. He was bringing it into the jail. I think it's funny. I don't give a shit, but yeah, that's cool that even in the end the guards were happy for me. Windstream, thanks very much, Panelverse. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone tuning in and hitting that like button. I appreciate all the support very much. Because now it's looking like this is the only angle I got. I'm just gonna spill everything I know, and hopefully it'll get better, and I'll be able to present it a lot better and help others to understand. And like I say, if anyone's got any questions or think I'm wrong about anything, let me know and add your 2 cents by all means. Sick Bastard says, I always had a CS warrant every 2 weeks. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, but I know some people that have to go through that shit and that's what I'm saying, where they let my son's mom off the hook so easily. And really, when I was making good money, I didn't give a shit, right? But it's the principle of the matter. I know dudes that every time you turn around, there's a warrant. They're back in court, end up back in jail, end up losing their license, shit like that. They're hounding them all the damn time. The women, they ain't. Yeah, that sucks, man. And you went through 10 years, a decade of that. That's rough, man. That really, they don't realize how this, that kind of shit draws you down and really puts a hard time on your life, Cindy Dotson. Yeah, right on. Glad to see you're still here. Still here. Had to grab me a coffee. Hey, everyone. Yeah, right on. I just finished mine. I got a little bit left in there. I don't like cold coffee. I didn't drink coffee for years. The person that chose to ruin my life got me into coffee, and that was a mistake. And shout out to you too, right? They would, a sick bastard says they would take my garnished amount and it still wasn't enough, and they expected me to pay the difference. Yeah, that's ridiculous. How can you expect that? You know, when you garnish, there's supposed to be a thing to it where they only can garnish this much because you need the rest to live on for yourself, right? How in the hell you expect? And that's the kind of shit my half brother went through. They would post shit like that on them. You take way more than they should have, and then it's, the child support system is just a scam. It truly is. Anything the government takes part of, you can bet your ass they're scamming us. 15 years or more. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. And I can imagine because usually it's they're going after you for most of the time that child is underage. 65%. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Who can live on less than 65%? You know, honestly. You know what? I'm trying to. This would be an awesome. Our technology has gone so far. Where is the things where you beam stuff over? Because we got sick bastard joining in here. We should be able to have these little things where it beams over, and I say, "Hey, beam me over a bud," right? I just thought of that because I was lighting a cigarette. I am working on an app though. I want to be careful what I say so somebody don't. Not that anyone here would, but any other public people out there might. I'm working on an app where it's, like we got buy me a coffee, buy me, different ways to show support, or whatever to people. I want to work on one where it's like, you have an app and you get pass the joint, right? Puff puff pass, we'll call it whatever, but where you get your network of people in there, and you'd have to get all the dispensaries to get in on it, right? And for any of the places where it's legal, and where you could just go there, it shows up on your app. Oh, so and so passed you a joint, right? So you go up to the dispensary, and they scan the thing, and here's your pre-roll, that something like that. Hit the like button for that one there. Sick bastard says they would garnish 65% and expect me to pay the difference and live off the rest. There's no way, right? That's ridiculous. First of all, once you take 65%, that's bad enough to try to live off the rest to begin with. And then now you want me to pay the difference and then still live off the rest. There's no way. They don't. That's the government right there interfering with your quality of life. It's such a scam system. But tell me, anyone chime in, but tell me any woman that has been the other way around, and tell me how many times they do that to a woman. It don't have, and I'm saying, like in my case, my son's case, his mom was never even in the picture. And I'm like, I'd call up the child support. Hey, how come I ain't seeing nothing get turned over to me? No checks or nothing. Oh, we're working on it. Oh, we're working on it. And that's all I ever heard. We're working on it. You wouldn't say if it was me, I'd been sitting in jail. Or like sick bastard says, that's sad, man. That's sickening to take 65% and then expect even more and expect you to live off that. That's just nonsense. I gotta check something here. Okay, sorry about that. I was just making sure this. I got this One of my old cell phones sitting here where I let it bring up the stream so I can make sure everything's looking all right. Okay. Of course, I screw that up quite often. Sometimes this technology's work. This day and age, it should be a whole lot of different. It should work a whole lot easier. They're different. Yeah, right. It took me a minute to remember what we were saying there. Yeah, yep, they're different. That's for sure. What else did I have here? What time is I think Saudi's got a stream coming up pretty soon, right? I might have to start paying more attention to so I can shout out other people's streams too. The times or whatever. To say the least, yeah. They're different to say the least, 100%. Oh yeah, Cindy. I don't know if it's still going on, but I don't know if I showed it on my Facebook side. Saudi Badgers running. I think his might be finished now, but they're still. I think are they still selling the tickets through the? Man, I can't remember the foundation now. But we used to here in Ohio. We used to do and Cindy used to help a lot with that. We did the childhood cancer run to help for childhood cancer, and we threw it together and stuff. And we so it reminds me where they're doing this. Gosh darn it! I'm sorry. Now I forget the name of the foundation where they're where Saudi's doing that raffle for that chopper. But I can bring up the I can bring up the YouTube part of it, right? The to show that chopper. Let's see what I got here. Oh, okay. That's what it is. The Sweet Julia Grace Foundation. That's where they're raffing that chopper off for. And I was gonna let I'll try to make sure I think it might be on my Facebook. I'm not 100% sure, but I think you get a kick. I think Cindy, you'd get a kick out of that chopper that they built. I'll see if I can bring it up here in a minute. But they're raffling it off for this Sweet Julia Grace Foundation that's for children. And that's where it reminds me. I take heart in that. Where I wasn't so much trying to me, it wasn't so much if I won the ticket as it was to show support to help Saudi get the attention he needs over on his for what he's doing there and for this whole foundation, because I take that to heart because we started the thing where we was doing over here for the childhood cancer, and Cindy used to help us a lot with that, and it's something we took really serious. And so when I started seeing this, when Saudi started doing this thing to get the ticket for that custom chopper, that's why I jumped in on it so hard, because I was like, this is a good cause that I want to show support. And so that's why I jumped in and started sharing the stuff all over. I mean, it'd been cool to win the ticket, but that wasn't my priority. The priority was because it's a cool bike. It'd be cool. It's a Honda, you know. I'm joking when I say it, but I mean, it's a Honda, right? It's like dating a fat girl. Sorry. but it's a real good. I'll see if I can bring that up in a minute here. I let my Cindy Johnson says I let my youngest son go live with go live with his dad. He got married and I was working 6 days a week. I paid for my youngest. Oh, right on. Yeah, and I've seen that kind of stuff happen. And there are cases where but did child support hit you up on that, or because I've seen that kind of stuff happen, and sometimes the other, there are cases like that. And in my son's cases, the mom just didn't want nothing. She was just a piece of crap that ran off to go party. I don't. She's probably still. That's all she's doing. Only thing I see for Salties is tonight at Central Time. 7. Oh, 7 tonight Central. Okay, 6 Eastern. That would be okay. All right. I just because once I get the main thing I was trying to get out talked about, then we go on about whatever, right? But I like to I like to make sure I'm able to show that support and send people over there as well. So there's Evil Rick drops a link for that tonight. Saudi's live at 7 p.m. or 6 Eastern for us and 7 Central. Cindy Dotson says, "Yep, still have my shirt. I think they did one after that." Oh yeah, right on. Yeah, there was 1 or 2. It got a little bit messed up because of all kinds of just dumb stuff, but it is what it is. But there was a lot of the problem came where I thought, oh, it'd be cool to bring it into the park here in town and run it out of there. And of course, the city gave me all kinds of trouble. I guess I should have had the rainbow flag and they would have let me do it. But that's cool. You still got the shirt. That's awesome. Yeah, I'd like to get back into doing that. I gotta get my bike back or get another one first. But I'd like to get back into doing that again. Maybe even hit the club up, see if they're interested, because it was a cool thing. It was a fun time. We all had fun, and it was just. I love supporting especially when it comes to children. They don't got no, if we don't have their back, who does? They are the future of our, and no child deserves to suffer. The panel verse, W stream, right on. Thank you very much. Appreciate that very much. Evil Rick. Okay. Yeah. Sick bastard. Okay. My bad. From what? What am I missing here? Oh, he said 5 Central. Oh, okay. Yeah, normally it is, or it used to be, right? 5 Central. I think lately he's moved it back or something. Okay, right. Right on. Frogzilla laughing. Probably about the Honda comment, huh? Evil Rick. Okay, AU, the offer to ride with us to Mobin has been revoked. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm still trying to work that out. If maybe even if I borrow a bike, but it can't be a Honda, I take it. Or is it the Honda or the fat girl thing that got me revoked? I shouldn't say that. No offense to. It's funny. I don't care who you are. It's funny. Cindy Dotson says, "Oh yeah, I paid $50 a week." Oh, okay. But I mean, yeah, right on. Yeah, I have heard where I've known a few women that child support stayed on their, whatever, demanded whatever. But and maybe it's the county you're from too. Well, I'm in Defiance, but it was actually Henry County that it was going, because that's where her and I lived when at the time to begin with, right? And then when she split, I was still living there in Napoleon, so that was Henry County, and they just didn't give a shit they only went after the men. But I have seen some places where they do hound them. And to me, child support's the system is a gimmick. By all means, we should, if we got a child, we should help support and all that, right? But for them to force you to say how much and whatever else, and a lot of times the other person ain't using it towards that support anyways. It's really a joke. Cindy Dotson, I support the veterans and the veterans too. Yeah, don't let me cut that out. Because the club I was with, I don't want so much shouted out by name like that on online, and to give it seems like that's not a great thing to shout out the club names usually. But the club I was with, so that's the only reason, because we're online and out there to the public or whatever. But that we did at the time, we did 2 a year, and the earlier in the year, to beginning of summer, we did the veterans run, and they're still doing that, I think, every year. I think they moved it into July, but it used to be June for the veterans homes. And then in September we did it for children. And by all means, and the veterans one is I support that too, by all means, 100%. And I know Cindy's big into supporting the veterans on several levels, and the child cases. Frogzilla, yes. Honda, yeah. Right. Okay, so if I do, so if I can't, so if I have to borrow one of my buddy's bikes, I hate to do that. We'll see what happens. But if I have to borrow that, I gotta make sure it's not the Honda. The one I'm thinking about hitting up, I got a relative that has a couple bikes, and maybe he'll join us on the thing. And but his are all Harley. At the time, I had 2 Harleys. Evil Rick says, if you gave me a new Harley, I would trailer it to a Honda shop to trade for a wing. Oh, I forget you. I forget you do right. Right, yours is a Go Wing trike, I think, right? Or you got 2 2 of them. I'm having trouble. I remember we talked about this not too long ago in one of the streams. I get you though. But these days, a lot of the Hondas are actually being made in America. My thing is, I want it to be an American-made bike. But I grew up I was Harleys my whole life. My whole family was Harley, and so that's all I was ever around. So of course, it took me a while to finally get mine, because for me it was Harley or nothing. But the last bike I rode, I'm not gonna lie, the last bike I rode was a Yamaha V-Star. Real good friend of mine, he's no longer with us, and there's some corruption in that case. They're accusing it of being that watch the words you use, but they're claiming they ruled it as he took himself out, but his brother is fighting it hard, because it turns out it may have been somebody did it. But I had his bike in my garage for about a week. I helped him get it running, and it was a Yamaha V-Star. And he's like, oh, helped him get it running. And he's like, you know what? And I think he did it on purpose, because he didn't do a whole lot of riding, but he's like, I'll leave it here and you can ride it whenever you want till I come back and get it. And I was like, but I'm not gonna. But finally I broke down. I took it for a couple of miles just to check it out. And it actually rode pretty nice. And I can't cut it down. But that's the last bike I rode, because by then I had already sold mine, my newer one I had. Frogzilla, we got Frog laughing in here, so that's good. That we can keep everybody in good spirits. For me, because I tell you, I like that, because then I can laugh along. and I have a good time. Everybody joins me in here, and because for me, every day, really, the truth is, every day I wake up pissed off, right? And because of my situation, and the way they continue to not want to, to let it keep getting bad or whatever, stay the way they don't want to do what's right. So I wake up pissed off. I wake up pissed off thinking about my bike, thinking about all the shit, thinking about I'm living in a situation that I shouldn't be, and my dog's going through a situation shouldn't be because of these assholes. So I wake up pissed off. And a lot of times when I'm making my videos that I upload, you can catch that my attitude comes out and all that. But here in the live streams, it's I feel a little more lighthearted with that. So I appreciate that very much. It's helpful to me in that sense. Sick Bastard says 350 a week first year, 325 second, 300 after that, and then they refused to reduce. Yeah, that sucks, man. And I imagine back then, is it the money was a little bit different, 350 and 300. That's a good chunk of money for that time. I'm guessing, right? I would imagine it'd be like that'd be comparable to, if I'm imagining the time frame to be proper, that 350 a week would be comparable to today 650 a week. Somewhere around there. Evil Rick says, "Yep, riding the trike. Hooligan said he might be interested in Aspencade, if I'm saying that right. Yeah, right on. I know I'm subscribed to Hooligan by. Oh no, okay, I remember now. Sometimes I'm subscribed to all these people, and it takes me a minute to realize who each one is. I have to go back and look. I know I got notes of all these events that you told me about. Frogzilla says, I've only ever had American-made motorcycles and cars. Yeah, me too. I owned one foreign car but it wasn't my main car because I ended up getting a good deal on it. It was an Italian sports car, and but nobody could. I got it real cheap because nobody could get it running. All these mechanics did all this shit. Well, it was an 80 something. I didn't know it had all that. And it turned out it was low on some fluid, and so the sensor wasn't, so it would stall out and all this and that. But it was, if you had it running, it was a fast freaking car. It was Renault Fiago or something like that. It was Italian. But I didn't keep it very long. But otherwise, I had all American made. I used to argue with my cousin. He had a Honda car, and he would argue with me. He's like, "Well, it's American made," and I'm like, "I don't want no foreign." And turned out his was as a Honda, but it was made right here, actually here in Ohio. And my bikes were all the bikes I owned were Harleys. I had a Sportster, then I went to my Shovelhead, and then to 09 Classic. I just had 3 through my time, 2 at once. Evil Rick says, Jamin also, if I'm saying that right, yeah, I think I'm saying his name right. Jamin also said somebody he know is interested in it. Oh, right on. The Aspencade. That's the. I'm not for sure what. Am I saying that right? I'm not for sure what those are. Did I look that one up once before? Let's look that up real quick. Oh, that's a version of a Goldwing then? Okay, a model of a Goldwing. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Oh, so you got 2 people already trying to get it, huh? That's cool. And they are pretty nice. I know a guy that rode mostly Goldwings. Actually, a guy I was in a club with, I know Cindy remembers Iceman. He had a lot of cool bikes. And his brother rode a bunch of Goldwings. Some of them he chopped out, and but I knew a couple of people that were all about the Gold Wings, and they were nice bikes. Everybody seems to like them that run them, and we got a group around here, a Gold Wing group, I think, that you'll see them just a whole pack of Gold Wings running through. Evil Rick says, Frog, mine was made in U.S. Okay, right on. Yeah, I know. I used to give people shit, but I find out that quite a bit of these Hondas were made in the U.S. And it's hard to dog on them when they're made in America. You're keeping American people to work, and that's what it's about. To me, it was the engines with the Harleys, the sound, and that's where, to me, these new Harleys ain't nothing compared to a shovel head. And I'll double down on that. I mean, I can't say about the brand new ones, but after I had my stuff all done on my shovel head, is of course the 80-inch shovel head. I built the motor up and then put a 6-speed behind it. And I'm not lying but his was all stock, but it was a 103, one of those, maybe it was a switchback or something like that, but it was a 103 motor. And I walked all over it with my shovel head, but to me, it was because of the sound with the shovel. I've gotten stupid a time or two, but I'm not all about the speed. I like the, to me, it was you can't beat the sound of the shovel head. Frogzilla says he is Evil Rick. He thought Brown Chicken had gotten it and flipped it, but Chicken told him it wasn't yours. Oh, okay. Sick Bastard says they would always pick your best year. Yeah, right. With the right when they want to sit there and figure out how much money they're going to take from you, they'll take your best year to make it look like so they can get more, right? Evil Rick says Aspencade was top of the line. Now they have different names. There was Goldwing, then the Interstate, then the Aspencade. Oh, okay. I didn't know all that. That's interesting. Cool. Paperback, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. He says, I shouldn't automatically assume gender there or whatever, but people losing their jobs left and right after Trump took office. It sounds like it. Yeah. All kinds of them. Man, I forget what the latest figures was, but quite a few, that's for sure. Cindy Dotson says, oh, I loved Iceman. Miss him. Yeah, right on. Me too. He was actually, when it comes to being able to work on a shovel head, I wouldn't have been able to do it if it wasn't for him. All the shops around here were mostly guys, younger dudes, and they knew how to work on the newer bikes. And they would tell me, don't bring that bike here. I don't want to work on a shovel. And I was like, I want to work on my own shit anyways. I'm just here to buy parts. And Iceman would meet me up at the clubhouse, and we would pull it in there. And he would never do the work. He would just sit there and tell me exactly what I was doing to make sure I was doing it right. And I learned so much about doing my motor right when it came to a shovel head. And he was a good man all around. I miss him too. He's no longer with us. He's passed on, and a real good dude. And he was I didn't know it for years. He was a friend of mine that I went to school with. He was her dad, and I didn't know it until I joined up with the club. and she ended up showing up. So yeah, memories out to you, Iceman. Rest in peace. He didn't do much drink anyway, so I'll toast you with the Mountain Dew. Evil Rick says, yeah, paperback, at least it's the right people. Some of it. I don't know about all of them. I haven't looked into a whole lot of it. But I know some of the stuff. You want to get rid of IRS agents? Fine. You want to get rid of the people that they put to head over some of these organized agendas that shouldn't be? Then that's because they did, because what happened is they did put a lot of people to they created a lot of jobs that really shouldn't have been there on the federal level and the government level. Okay, because that's just costing us more uh, um, for a lot of those jobs uh, this time. Yeah. um Evil Paperback says, Evil Rick, I don't get your comment. uh okay, now here's where, right, so I agree with if it comes like you want to get rid of some of these government, they created all these IRS agents that come after us. I don't want to, I have a problem with Doge on one hand and not so much on the other. When they want to come out with us to come after us with extra IRS agents to beat us all down, the people, right? But Doge wants to come out and show us where the bad spending's going, where it's going against shit that shouldn't be there. I'm 100% for that. But I think I said this in the beginning. The problem is you can't, who's being held accountable for all that wrongful spending, all the illegal spending? I want to know who's going to be held accountable and face sentencing over that shit. Um, and But Paperback says farmers are losing their farms. I'm hearing this. I want to put more, look more into it. Some of this stuff, some of the more recent stuff, my mind's been pretty preoccupied. But that is true, or that's what I'm hearing. I want to look more into it, find out the whole score there. I'm not for any farmers losing their farms. And the fact of the matter is, the new world order agenda is coming. No matter who's in office, they're bringing it to us. And this AI program, and wasting a lot of money on this AI program, I'm not for that at all. And I am not for any farmers losing their farms. If that's what's, I want to, like I said, I want to look more into that to find out what the whole score is there. But I appreciate these comments for sure. Ray's Motor Life, hey, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. Evil Rick shouts out to Ray. Ray shouts out to Evil Rick. Ray's Motor Life, America Uncensored, like how you did your barcode on screen. Oh, okay, right on. It's I got one that I download. This actually, because I'm using Restream. You put in the link on Restream. It's got this little thing you click on, and you put in the link, and it will make the barcode for you. And it's supposed to take it to that link. I don't know if the other ones are doing that. I started trying to Restream just because it lets me go to 2 different streams on the free plan. And but also it says buy me a beer, but it's the buy me a coffee is what it's running through. And that and if you're signed up on that, it will give you the barcode to you can to put the photo of it up there. And I got that also for I got one made up for something else too, where I just took the photo of it, the image of it, and threw it up on the other streaming platforms that I was using. Because I like the one most people are using. I forget the name of that. StreamYard. I like that one, but it limits how many hours you can do on the free plan, and it only lets you stream to one. So I was trying to stream to both to try it out, to stream to both Facebook and YouTube. So Restream lets me do that, and that's why I'm using that one there. But yeah, the barcode. Yeah, thanks. That's pretty cool, I think. Thank you very much for noticing that. Frogzilla shouts out to Ray's Moto. Evil Rick says, Paperback, haven't seen any farmers lose farms, seen them lose almost free labor, seen a bunch of balk in the government lose jobs, all the right people this time. So, and that's a good point. If sadly, if you lose your farm because you're using up from the free labor end of it, I mean, sorry, but that means your farm was growing from that, right? From free, either free labor or way undercut labor. Okay, this by all means we need to put American people to work, and that means you shouldn't have to pay people so much that you can't make a living. But by all means, you shouldn't be able to get rich off the sweat of other people's backs, no matter what it's in. Paperback says you said is USAID. I always say you said, right? USAID is what supports the farmers. Well, a little bit, but USAID. The problem, I mean, I get that, but the problem with USAID is all the corruption that they put in there is because they're also sending all this money to farmers in other parts of the world, and sending all this money to fund this and that. And it's our tax dollars that USAID is telling us, oh, we're using this to help all the farmers. That's what they've been telling us, but come to find out, if we can believe everything Doge is telling us, come to find out that they're spending all this money on foreign shit that has nothing to do with us. And if you trace that all down, it's other people patting their own wallets with it. And, but I mean, I'm not saying they don't fund any, support any farmers. I'm not trying to say that, but I'm trying to say there is a big thing. I'm all for keeping the USAID as it's for supporting farmers and stuff. I'm not saying we have to close it down, but we have to get in there and cut out all the corruption and all the money that is going wrongfully. But also, like I said, but the problem is, my problem with Doge is, let's consider Doge for a minute. I'm all for finding this corruption, but like I said, the people behind it need to be held accountable, because you're never going to stop it. After Trump's gone, somebody's going to come back in and put it back out there, for one thing, right? But if we don't hold them accountable, right, it's time to start putting these people in jail that they deserve, the ones that are stealing our money and all this and that. It's time to hold them accountable, because that's how you're going to put a stop to it, when people know that there's consequences to their actions. But the problem is, government people are never held accountable. But the other part of Doge is, let's consider Elon Musk. He is the richest. Well, he's not really the richest man in the world. They claim he is, but there's actually one or two people above him, but that control the world. Elon Musk, though, has richer than any of us. And where does his money come from? Well, it comes from them rockets that we don't need, that ain't doing us any good, right? So he's getting filthy rich off that. So why don't Doge go in and show us where the corruption is there too, with NASA and SpaceX? Okay, so I mean, if Elon Musk wants me to be totally in favor of Doge, well, you're gonna have to cut out that bullshit too. But that ain't gonna happen. Actually, we're gonna find out that the money they're saving is gonna go into these other shit where it don't belong. Ray's Moto says, a shout out to the Frogzilla. Evil Rick says, nothing's been cut from USAID for farmers. That's a CNN lie as usual. They did cut out billions of waste. And that, okay, so me personally, I didn't look a whole lot into that, but I hardly ever listen to CNN, but that very well could be, because I know the media is big on lying to us. They've done it for years, and they're going to protect it, because they're also getting kickbacks on this. Excuse me. I know billions has been cut out, but yeah, I'd have a hard time believing that they cut it out for the farmers, considering that Trump did help the farmers, or was helpful to the farmers the first time around. But yeah, I don't 100% trust Trump, but right now it's I can't take, just like the whole, the whole immigration thing, as it looks, is he's getting rid of mostly the criminals. Okay. The criminal element of it, just like there is, I just seen on Demon's Row, if anyone knows his channel, he did a thing where they ended up, it was an outlaw biker. They I think in California, and they took him out of the deported him, or he's about ready to be deported or something. Well, it turns out because he legally had his green card, but he was committing some other crimes. Once you do that, so I mean, to me, I don't know, it's just a slippery slope, but we got to get this shit under control. And I'm all for legal immigration, and but you better be about America. But then again, all of us need to be about America and taking this shit serious. And what's best for all of us as Americans is what it comes down to. And my biggest thing is, I can find some pros with what Trump's doing on some things, and I can find some cons. And my biggest thing is, and I continue to say this, is the Stargate project, or whatever, Stargate, that this AI shit, we need to get rid of it. And there's no reason we should be funneling any money to give them their own power stations, so that if something shuts down here, these freaking robots still have control over us. That's some scary shit, and I am 100% against Trump doing that. And my problem is, that's one of his first things off the bat that he worried about. Let's make sure we get AI going. Well, screw that. Let the other countries have it. We're over here on this side of the ocean. Okay. If we don't have an AI system here, their AI system can't affect us, because we're not powering it over here. Once it gets this far, they run out of power, right? That's getting off track. And I'm not trying to miss the point of anyone's comments here, what anyone has to say. Ray's Moto says, Restream is good if you have a strong internet. Okay, my internet, because I was using, I see where Dr. Harley went over to EV Mux, so I tried that on one or two of my streams, and it seems like a good thing. And it'll let me go to 2 streams. But the thing is, it seems to use way more of my resources and of course, I'm running underpowered, really. I'm running off a 2019 MacBook Pro laptop, right? And I don't have the proper charger, so it's hard to keep up. And for some reason, I might try it without but I was also using my background. So maybe that was some of the problem. But the EV Mux seems like a real good thing too. But it was using a lot of resources. But I think my internet's really good and strong. It's running off of a cable internet. It's not my internet. I'm running off so that might be why I'm doing good with Restream then. But I mean, really, I like StreamYard. Right now I can't do the paid version, and that's the only way it would let me go to 2 platforms. Sick Bastard said, shout out to Ray's Moto Life. Tapashios, okay, I'm back. Sorry, I'm just busy here. What's going on? Yeah, hey, right on. Tapashios, by all means, appreciate your support. Appreciate you tuning in when you can. But by all means, we all got things we got to have taken care of and all that. I caught Tapashios live stream last night over there, southern Los Angeles, I think he was at. Cops come out in force because these people were doing all this shit on the road racing or whatever. A lot of cool cars and bikes. That was a good stream last night, Tapashios. But I'm the same as you. Sometimes I get in there and I got other stuff going on too. So it's, but I try to make sure I show the support, even if it's letting it play while I'm working on something else. Sometimes I edit videos while letting some of the streams play. It depends. I mean, if something really important is going on, then I'll stop what I'm doing to make sure I'm completely tuned in. Otherwise, I'm listening on one end while paying attention to some other shit. I totally get that. Evil Rick, welcome back to Pashios. And I'm not for sure. I think I'm saying that right, to Pashios. If I'm not, by all means, correct me. I don't want somebody to feel like I'm saying their name wrong. Tapasio says U.S. aid is more for other countries. That's the problem. And my thing is, we shouldn't be aiding any other country at all. we got to worry about us first. Put us first. And when we're back on top, then we can worry about the other shit, right? I'm all for helping other countries, but let's help ourselves first. And the truth is, who has their hands in our wallets more than anyone, and we don't realize this, is the very people, the only people we're not going against, right? We can go against but we're not going to talk about the small hat people, however you want to say it, right? You got to watch what you say. You get in trouble big time. Get especially now. I'm not for Trump's thing on the whole his bill he's pushing for the anti-Semitism thing, because that opens up a whole can of worms where everything's supposedly you're anti-Semite, and I'm not. But at the same time, I'm not for supporting them and their wars either. I'm for supporting America and what's good for America. Cindy Dotson says there is a farmer that they are trying to take a big chunk of for run pipeline or something else like that. That's a good point, Cindy, because I'm all for drill, baby, drill, right? But I'm not for taking away all the restrictions, because that's just big money people sweating each other, scratching each other's back. That's the truth. Because like when they talk about fracking is causing earthquakes. And it's also, you go look over at these cases in Pennsylvania where these people are coming down with all these sicknesses. They have no clean water, and you can light the water in fire in this one area. And I forget, I did a video on it once. You can light the water on fire. Like the guy was letting it come out of a spigot and lit it on fire. And that's because all these chemicals that ended up in there from the fracking, So I'm all about doing it properly, right? And I'm not for taking people's farmland to run the pipelines. You can run pipelines underground without ruining somebody's farmland. The only problem is if that pipeline busts, then that farmland's ruined, right? There's ways to do it. We need to find a happy medium. Okay, I'm not all for. My problem is, like, Trump's all about, if the rich man wants to stand up with Trump, then he's all about, yeah, whatever you want. You got no regulations. Give us some money. You got no regulations. Well, what about the rest of us who might die because nobody regulated what was going on? And I'm not, by all means, everything's over-regulated right now, but you can't totally deregulate it. You can't tell somebody you get full whatever you want if you invest $1 billion or more into this country. Well, bullshit, because you gotta take concern about the lives. At the end of the day, our lives matter, and we got plenty enough oil without continue. There are oil wells in Kansas that are stopped and not pumping, and the government pays them not to pump, and that's going on still, and it's been going on for years. Okay, why do we got to put new pipelines in? My problem with the pipelines is we're bringing pipelines because we're piping it from Canada to the Gulf of America, which is stupid, right? It's the Gulf of America, whatever. Why are we playing games with the nonsense? Who cares what it's called, right? But they're doing that, and it's benefiting other people. It's not benefiting us. Okay, we got drills that are been set up for decades now, and let's take that oil, right? Why are we paying them not to pump? And instead, we're putting in new pipelines. And my problem is, yeah, I'm against taking away farmland that's good for us in order to put pipelines in when we don't need to. Set up new rigs is what we need to do, right? You can take a little chunk of land with a rig, or you can. But on the same note, you also got these windmills. They've taken farmland to put up all these windmills. They've done that for years. And them windmills ain't doing no good, But I appreciate that comment. That's a good point you made there, and that we need to consider before we're all 100% in on something. And I'm saying we need to weigh it all out and hold who's ever the president or whoever the elected official is. We need to hold them at accountability for, I believe Trump wants to do what we want. Right. But we got to make sure we got too big of a problem where we got people that are too much pro-Trump and where they're just going along with everything he says. Well, he's going along with what the rich people are advising him, or what he sees that the little people want. Right. When he sees that we are all sticking together on something, he will side with us. So if we stick together and say, hey, Trump, certain things do need regulated. I'm sure he would go along with that. I feel like, maybe I'm wrong. Tapascio says U.S. aid should be for the people here in the States. And that's what I'm saying. All of our tax dollars, it should be, if it's from our tax dollars, it should be going to here. And if we eliminated all this shit and put it to only the people, we would be getting taxed a whole lot, or should be. That's not what's going to happen. I guarantee you, we'll still be paying these same amounts of taxes. They'll still be getting in these billions and trillions of dollars, but now it's going to go towards AI and this so-called freaking space exploration. Which I believe is a gimmick, and I've said that before. Sick Bastard says he could single-handedly end homelessness and hunger and still be filthy rich, but chooses not to. That's 100% right. That's 100% right. And, you know, these at the end of the day, the rich are for the rich. Okay, and that's what gets me. We should not have all this money they found from Doge. Not only Doge, but this man's wealth alone. He wants to act like he's doing us a favor by we're going to go to Mars, right? I think that's who you're talking about is Elon Musk there, right? And all worried about Mars. Screw that. The money you are wasting on a monthly basis for SpaceX and NASA, which does us no good at all. That money right there, we should have no homeless people here in America. No homeless people at all with the money being spent there. That's just a fact. And I'm glad you said that, Sick Bastard. I totally agree with that. Evil Rick says the waste that has already been found could put $1,000 in every American pocket, and they've only just begun. Yeah, and that's my problem. Let's find all this. I'm all for it, right? Let's find the waste. But like I said, my only precaution there is the man that's doing it. I don't care. There's a lot of people. Oh, Elon Musk. You know, you didn't care when they put all these unelected extra tax IRS agents and all this shit, right? We by all means find all this bullshit, but let's not skip over the bullshit also like that Mr. Elon Musk is getting from us, right? There's no reason we should be funding that shit. SpaceX, right? And what has it gained us? Nothing. Not for our own good. Evil Rick only. Yeah, only. Yeah, right on. Only just begun. That's true. Paperback says U.S. farmers who benefit from U.S. aid. It's supposed to be. I mean, how I used to know it is that's what we was always under the impression is that's what it was doing. But they're finding out that, it's supposed to be, right? But they're finding out that a bunch of that money that's the problem. They're finding out that a bunch of this money, that they've gotten all this money, but a bunch of it has gone elsewhere. And I'm all for it if it's benefiting the farmers. It should be, and by all means, and there's where the problem is. When we find out it's not, then we got to step in and fix it and figure it out and do something, right? Cindy Dotson says, it started before Trump got in. Trump does good for the farmers. Give him time. He's only been in there 3 weeks, getting his people in place to take care of some of the bad guys. I kind of agree with that. I mean, I agree with that a lot. By all means, whoever we elect, and the truth is, when Biden got in there, we need to give these people time and find out the truth of what's going on. But I'm going on, if we look at the past, the truth is, at the end of the day, like, let's take Drain the Swamp. The first time he ran, Drain the Swamp. He comes in there, pretends he drained the swamp, but everybody he put in there was the same old swamp bastards that we always had, just under a different name, right? All the people he appointed, William Barr. Barr was nothing but a Trump thing. Maybe this time will be different. We'll see, but I'm all for it. Yeah, let's give it some time and see what's going on. He's in there now. What are we going to do? Let's give it time and find out before we assume too much. But like I said, my biggest thing is he wants to invest in this AI, and it's not just him, JD Vance, all these, it's not, and by all means, the Democrats are also for AI. There's our biggest problem. At the end of the day, who cares how much money is being wasted? Who cares anything? When AI is fully implemented, we're all screwed 100%. But I mean, I agree with that. I do agree with that. I'm just saying, I'm going off, let's give him time and see what's happening there if he's really going to take care of the bad guys. My thing is, because the last time he says, the reason I voted for him was you'd be in jail. He said he was going to put Hillary in jail, right? But then in his inauguration, he gives them a standing ovation. Hold on, Trump. I don't care. They're your friends. They are enemies of the state and they deserve to be in jail. Why are we jailing any American as long as these assholes get away with it, right? Paperback says farmers make money through USAID. U.S. farmers are now selling their product because Trump cut USAID, or not selling their product because I don't know. I'm gonna look more into this before I can say too much on it, because around here it seems like most of the farmers are all for Trump in my area, the ones that I know, right? But by all means, I'm not gonna blow off what you say. I'm gonna look more into this to form a better opinion about it. I do know that a bunch of this USAID spending has been a bunch of nonsense that shouldn't be there. But is it negatively affecting the farmers? I'm gonna have to look more into that because I do not want to see that happen. And I'm just going by my local area. Is most the farming people I know seem to be okay with him. But we also got to understand too that a lot of the farms are big farms now, and they ran, and for years this has been going on way before Trump, way before Biden. It's been going on for years where these big corporations are coming in, taking over the farms, right? We don't realize what is that company, the bacon, Smithfield Bacon, is now China owned, and they put it all into one factory. I think they moved it all to maybe one of the Carolinas. I can't remember for sure. So don't quote me on it, right? But they moved all that to it's now, and it's all one big, it's just a bunch of nonsense. And that cut a lot of farms out. And how it first started was China took it over and started making up, and our government went right along with it and started making the farmers sign these contracts where they gotta, and it was running the farmers out of business, where or are bankrupting them, right? Evil Rick says, okay, make sure I don't want to skip over any. Evil Rick says farmers make money by growing and selling crops. Yeah, yeah, right. I mean, let's also look at another thing. I remember a time when farmers seemed like just you and I, right? They were doing their work, selling their crops, but now we're in. Now you take a look at the stuff, and they're buying brand new equipment that should be unaffordable, and they're cutting people out of jobs by investing in all this computerized equipment that is outrageously priced. And these guys, and then running, they're living rich, right? In some cases, many farmers, right? And if you got, I'm not for you getting a bunch of money in assistance unless you are doing everything you can and are struggling to make it, right? But if you're truly growing your crops properly, and in my opinion, if you're using Monsanto or any of these unhealthy agents, then you should be ran out of business, right? Because you don't truly care about your product, right? But if you're doing your product properly, then you have crops to sell, and then you'll make your money, right? And that's the way it is for all of us. Nobody's going to give me aid to say, like, I open my own garage. Nobody's going to give me aid repeatedly to continue living. They're going to say either you're going to fix shit properly to earn your money, or you're going to be out of work, right? We can, use that for anything really when it comes down to all this wasteful spending. Paperback says Musk is an oligarch who was not elected by the people. He's only concerned about making more billions. I agree with that. And I do have an issue that he's pointed to something he wasn't elected by us. My only issue there, my only thing is the argument there that's being, now I'm not saying you're using that argument. I'm saying a lot of the argument I'm seeing out there is people upset, well, he wasn't elected. Well, let's consider this. Most of the people that have been calling the shots for our country are unelected people. Okay. Most of the people that have been deciding where our money goes are unelected people. So by all means, let's, we can say, hey, you're not elected. You have no business doing this. That's true. Well, let's also get out everybody who's unelected. If we didn't choose to put you there, you don't belong there. Right. But I mean, no, we can't. It's not just Musk is all I'm saying, but I agree. He's an oligarch who's only worried about making more billions. He don't give a shit about us. That's for sure. He's all about, look, he acts like he's all about free speech, but over on X, he censors me out all the time, and not just me, right? But he keeps me shadow banned or whatever. I got 6,000 followers, and you show me that my post only got 20 impressions. I have a problem with that. If 6,000 people are following me, then my post should have showed up for 6,000 people at least, right? But it's not. He is censoring stuff. So, I don't trust that bastard at all. And he's 100% behind AI. And he wants to tell us how dangerous AI is and warn us about it, but he's 100% pushing for it. Musk, I'm talking about. I don't like him at all. Evil Rick says the people voted for Trump. Trump put the people he wants in position he wants, just like every other president. And that's true. They all have done it, put unelected people in positions. And that's because he believes the president, from the president's standpoint, he believes this is going to do good or benefit this or that. Right. And, we got to take that into account. Every president does it and appoints people to head over this and that who are not elected. And that's, it's gone on that way for years. And that's my thing is we can find plenty to blame Trump for, but let's not play this game that we're going to blame him for something that we've been letting go everybody else to do as well. We want to say he can't do it, then we got to say the rest. I'm not for all these. My problem is a lot of people were pissed off about all the executive orders. Now Trump's doing executive order after executive order. We got to calm down on some of that shit, right? Because I wasn't for it when other presidents did it either. But and some of them are stupid. Why does it matter what we call the Gulf of freaking Mexico, right? Like Ray's Moto posted a thing that said the Gulf of Harley Davidson because it leaks oil. I'm like, yeah, let's name it that, right? That's more fitting, right? But to me, it's like, why are we worried about that? That's a bunch of shit in there. Oh, he's trolling. Get your ass to work. I don't care about what we're going to name the Gulf of Mexico. I care about where our money's going. I care about the future of our country and the important issues. And like I said, I'm not going to, if he wants to use Doge to bring an end to, but actually bring an end to the corruption, let's get that money brought back. And then when we realize that, let's cut down the taxes. Let's put the money back to the people that deserve it, the people. And then let's also bring the other important issues also into that we got to worry about. Our country needs a whole lot of fixing. And I'm not trying to say Trump won't do it. Like Cindy said, let's give him a little chance and see what's really happening. Let's not jump the gun, especially for things that we ignored from the other presidents. Paperback says U.S. farmers are making money by sending their product to other nations. That's what you said is supposed to be. I get where you're coming from. This is the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be that way. And, but we're finding out that we're actually bringing in more foreign farmed products than we're getting out, than we're putting out there. And, that's that's something we got to get under control, right? But a lot of other countries consider a lot of our shit poison, and we don't realize that. Things we allow to be grown in our foods and put in our foods is poisonous, and that's true. And other countries won't allow it, and our country just gladly allows it. And we start bringing in all these products. Like, why are we buying? If you go buy a fruit cup, right, and you look at it and it says it's from Argentina, but it was shipped over to China and then back, and it went from Argentina to China to America. Why? Why? And these are fruits we could grow ourselves, right? But I mean, I'm not. That is what it was supposed to be for to begin with. That's how they sold it to us. USAID. This is for the U.S. farmers, and that's how they sold it to us. That's what it's supposed to be for. But they are. But we're finding out that's not what's going on, or a big portion of it, at least, right? Ray's Moto Life says, Evil Rick, exactly. He brought Elon on stage, and everybody he was going to put in a position, and everybody cheered and voted. No complaining now. And that's a good point, because before it was already known that he was gonna. Before he was actually voted, Doge was known about, and that I was even then I wasn't really for it, but I didn't vote, so I'll just let her. I'm sick of the whole politics shit. They're the people up here, and we're down here, and these people up here don't give a shit about the people down here, and I don't care who he is, whether it be Trump, Elon, Biden, Obama. At the end of the day, they are all shaking each other's hands, eating steak dinners together, just like the wrestling. Okay, they give us this wrestling match, and you're cheering for this guy, and this guy's cheering. You got the good guy and the bad guy, but I've seen it happen. I went to one of these wrestling events. They're leaving in the same car together, going to get a steak dinner, and that's what's happening in politics. And Trump ain't no damn different. I'm not trying to cut away, trying to say he isn't going to do some good stuff for us, but he ain't no different than the rest of them. This is where we got to come together as a people, as we the people. We are the people, and we got to come together. And like I said, we just got to hold Trump's feet to the fire and let him know what we expect and judge on that. Okay, we can't complain if we ain't going to tell him what we expect, but we got to agree on it so that our voice is heard. But yeah, just like in the Maha, whatever, all these people that he was planning on appointing, he told us about. So, I mean, and at the end of the day, he got voted in. So, I mean, they knew the plan. But then it also comes down to these people are being appointed by by the other side also. Evil Rick says U.S. farmers farm products for U.S. people. The government, under a fake company, takes the products and sell or gives to other countries, but the government always gets a kickback, and that's 100% true. And that is the truth. Our farmers don't sell to nobody outside of America. It's actually, and that's where USAID, I'm pretty sure, is where it all started at. USAID was going to buy the farm stuff, help with money to the farmers that needed it, but they were also supposed to take all this stuff and to sell it out to outside of the country. And what happened was the government was getting kickbacks and finding out, and then they started giving money to farmers to not farm. And we don't, just like the oil rig thing. I know farmers right here in this community. Why is that big old farmland, nothing's growing all summer long? Why is that? Well, because they were paid by the government to not farm. So we're going to pay you to not do nothing on this farmland. I have a problem with that. We got starving people in this country, right? All this money being wasted, and you're giving a farmer money to do nothing, right? And because they want to create the problems and get their kickback. Because then somebody along the ways, they're telling the farmer, we're going to give you this much. Meanwhile, we're pocketing this percentage of it, right? USAID is not tax dollars. USAID is tax dollars. I don't, and if you want to tell me how it's not, tell me everything is tax dollars. The government does not operate. Uh, it's not rich people giving the money. Okay. It's not the everything. The government operates. Every politician is paid by our tax dollars. Our tax dollars, we the people are the boss. And that's why we're the boss. We the people are paying for everything. We're paying their salaries. Okay. So I disagree with that. USAID is tax dollars. Every penny that operates through government is from us, the taxpayers. We need to understand that. Do not get that wrong. This is why we are paying so much in taxes. This is why we are being robbed. If I'm wrong, please tell me how I'm wrong. Please tell me who is funding USAID then. It is tax dollars. We the people. Tax dollars are our money, right? It's what we get taxed for, every one of us, right? And it's not just out of your paycheck. It's you get taxed at road taxes, fuel taxes. You buy something in the groceries. All these taxes. Every tax we pay, I don't know who you think is funding it. And, I mean, no offense by that, but please tell me who else is funding it, because these ain't nobody up there on the top going to fund this shit. Okay. They're the ones getting rich. They expect us to fund it. And that's how this operates. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Some crops are grown for shipment to other countries, but there doesn't need to be government operation taking half the profit for doing nothing. I agree with that. And that's true. Some are grown for shipment to that, they're allocated, right? And that's usually one of the requirements for farmers to get assistance, right? Well, okay, we're going to buy, I say it's not assistance. Okay. USA is supposed to come in and say, to this farmer, we're going to give you this much because we're buying and what we don't realize is they're undercutting the price from the farmer, what he could really sell it for. But they're going to say, you give us this much acreage, or whatever they call it, of grain or whatever, right? And corn, whatever. And we're going to take this much and sell it to ship it to the other country. We're the ones buying it. Right. And that's, and when they're not doing it, then they're taking money for profit for nothing. That's true. Frogzilla, bull, it is tax dollars. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's tax dollars. And I'm sorry, but it is. Paperback says, U.S. farmers disagree with you. Is that the, I don't, the farmers ain't the one funding USAID. The farmers are supposed to be getting help from USAID is what it was designed for. And that USAID is that us taxpayers, the government created an organization to take our money and allocate it for the farmers is how it was all started, how it all came into fruition. Right. And that's what it's supposed to be. But at the end of the day, it's our tax dollars paid to USAID, and USAID is supposed to take that to the farmers. Right? It's not the farmers giving USAID free stuff or farmers paying the USAID and then we benefit from it. It's not that way. And there is nothing, and I'm not talking just farmers or USAID, anything in government. That's how it operates. We are the piggybacks. Evil Rick, so I mean, I don't, but okay. Evil Rick says, Paperback, then where does the money come from? The government doesn't produce anything. The government doesn't make money. It only takes it from the people. That's right. That's what so I apologize if I'm behind on the comments or if I'm taking anything wrong, let me know. But that's the truth. Okay. Without we the people, there would be no government. And that's what we don't understand, how powerful we are. That's one of the things I say. The truth is, you don't got to go out and protest. You don't got to do nothing. If you want to shut the government down and get them to take notice, then you just get the whole country to agree not to show up to work, not to do nothing. We're not going to pay no taxes. Watch how fast they start listening then, right? Because then, that's just right. Evil Rick says every penny the government spends is taxpayer money, 100%. That's the truth. Paperback says the point is that without U.S. aid, U.S. farmers are losing their farms, and I'm not going to argue so much on that. I don't know the whole story there. Like I said, I haven't looked into this. What's going on there? I know that U.S. aid has been a big scam for a while. They're not doing exactly like they should be. So I'm not trying to say we should shut down U.S. aid. I'm not arguing with that. Without U.S. aid, farmers are going to lose their farms. That could be right, because at the end of the day, there's still some of that going on. So I'm not saying we should totally shut down U.S. aid, or at least not until we create an organization that's going to actually do that. Or we just cut it out altogether and tell the farmer, okay, you're going to sell all your shit to Americans, right? Or give them the right to sell it across seas themselves, right? We got to find some way to make that work. So I'm not going to take away from your point there. That is a good point, providing that the problem is we need to cut out the shit from where U.S. aid is doing wrong and doing it, not properly doing what they're meant to do. But I mean, that it's a valid point that with the current situation, if we totally got rid of U.S. aid, the completely, that I could see how that would run some farmers out of business, because like I said, there's farmers I know getting paid by the government not to farm, and that's probably coming from U.S. aid, that division, right? That's where they're going to show, oh, we're right. So, if right now they told that several farmers that are doing that, well, we ain't giving you no more money. Well, they're gonna lose their farm, right? They're gonna have to sell it off or whatever. That's true. And we got to take into account where farms, we do got to take that into account. Farmers are getting, real true farmers that need it are getting screwed. And they have been for a long time, even with U.S. aid. Frogzilla says 100. Evil Rick says every penny the government spends is taxpayer. Yeah. Did I? Or that just needed repeated twice. Paperback says Trump is cutting very important programs that benefit the U.S. poor. Maybe, yeah. No, like I said, I haven't took a whole big look into everything that's going on there. I don't know for sure everything that's going on. There's some programs I'm for being cut. Wasted tax money, but I haven't looked into everything that's being cut or being threatened to be cut. I haven't paid a lot of attention to that yet because of other shit I got going on, but I do. But I'll give you my word, I will look more into this because I don't want to disagree on something and be wrong, or agree on something and be wrong. So if I don't have enough knowledge into it, my point is I don't know for sure everything that's being cut, and I can see there is a few issues being, we got to take into account. We got to be careful. You can't just up and cut something completely. Everything anyways. You gotta find out what's actually benefiting people and what's not. Okay, we don't want to cut out the shit that is benefiting people. Like people with the medications and shit like that. People getting help with medications. Suddenly you can't afford your medications. Well, we can't do that. We just can't do that. And the truth is, there's another deregulation thing. The government should be stepping up and regulating the pharmaceutical companies, okay, bringing them prices down and putting in jail any of these assholes that are, I just seen an update about this dude that took out that insurance guy, Mario, whatever, right? If anyone remembers, right over there in New York or whatever. And you know what? But We got to hold these fucking people at the top accountable, right? We're never going to stop any of it. I don't care. We're not going to stop any of the fraud until we hold people accountable. Otherwise, this asshole is going to move from this organization, end up over here, and still be frauding us. So, I mean, that, like I said, I'll look more into, I should do that wasn't today's subject, so I didn't look into it, but I should do my due diligence because these are the kinds of things I do like to talk about on my channel and on my website. So, I mean, these are things I'm falling behind on getting all the facts. I don't like to make and by all means, everything I say is mostly opinions, right? I don't like to create my own opinion until I feel like I've had enough of the facts. So I don't know what all completely is being cut. I know USAID are they cutting it completely? But I know they're on it big time. But they found a whole lot of, from what we're being told, a whole lot of bad spending. Tapatio says if they eliminate USAID from other countries, our farmers will better off here in our own country. That's what I'm saying, right? Our USAID should not be going to farmers in other countries, right? And there's a lot of that going on. We need to benefit our own farmers and and give them the kick start they need. But at the end of the day, what we need to do is get them in a position to be growing their crops as a business, as they, right, and selling them crops to us, and then even out fine to other countries. But we shouldn't be using any aid that should be going to help our farmers do that and sending it to farmers in foreign countries to help them. Well, you know what? They do that and then we buy that's not helping us, right? Our nation. I agree with that. Tapacios. Trump, Evil Rick says Trump hasn't cut anything to American poor. He has cut off money going to illegal poor and all the rest of them. And this is what I'm hearing, are some of the few things I've seen. That's what it's looking like to me, right? So like I said, I haven't put a whole lot of, but I know Trump, Evil Rick, I know you've been paying attention to that kind of stuff too, to these things. But I've been, so far I haven't seen where any proof where where our own poor is getting badly affected, because I will totally be against that if it happens. Frogzilla says, Tapacio's your car show video was excellent, and the green convertible Impala was very impressive. Yeah. Or how about those two bikes, those two little mini bikes? Dude said they went, what do you say, 60 mile an hour or something like that? And Tapacio was like, man, that's pretty fast. I was like, yeah, for those little things, I don't know I'd want to go that fast on that. Yeah, shout out to you, Frogzilla. That's it was pretty good getting right in there with that big old crowd. Tapacio's Cop Watch says USAID to say it, but we have a lot of capitalism, and those are facts, and that's why we have this big issue here. And that's true, right? We got too many rich people deciding what's going on, right? And patting their own wallets. Tapacio says, thanks to Frogzilla. Ray's Modal. Mark Zuckerberg also gave Joe Biden $420 million to beat Trump in 2020. Yeah, I've heard that. And, but then this time around, Mark Zuckerberg seen that it was pretty much a given that Trump was going to win, right? And Mark Zuckerberg suddenly started supporting Trump and telling us he's going to get rid of censorship. Well, I'll tell you, I've been censored for a long time on a shadow band, as you call it, or whatever, on Facebook, right? I've not seen Mark Zuckerberg lift one finger to stop that censorship yet, but he claimed he was gonna, because now he's trying to get back in our good graces, because at the end of the day, Mark Zuckerberg also became rich off of us, right? Because Facebook would have never, if the government came in, was it the CIA or one of the military departments, right, came in and gave Zuckerberg all this big bunches of funding to support Facebook to grow and to become what it was, a spy agency, right? A spy on all of us. And, so at the end of the day, Mark Zuckerberg also became rich because of us, in a sense. But I haven't seen one bit where but yeah, I do remember hearing something about that, like 400, almost 500 million, or like $500 million is what I remember hearing, right? So that would be about right. Excuse me. Ray's Moto says George Soros does it for the Democrats. George Clooney got Biden out of there. Soros, yeah, and why that man is not arrested and brought to trial is beyond me, right? Soros is big on that. He used his money, which he's not rich. He's rich. At the end of the day, these people at the top, these very rich people, they got rich by screwing all of us over or stealing. It's all fraud, right? It's the truth. And George Soros is scum, and he needs to be taken off the streets, right? Put in jail, come to justice. That is the truth. And I didn't mean taken out when I said that. I meant taken off the streets, right? But at the end of the day, if you look at our Constitution, George Soros does fit the thing that if he was found guilty, that's what the punishment is, according to the Constitution, right? And Soros, screw that guy. Really. I want to see him in jail. I want to see, if Trump wants to win me over completely, he will put these swamp bastards in jail that, like he promised to begin with the first time around. But there's my problem. At the end of the day, he's friends with these guys, and there's where my problem is. I'm not trying to say he's gonna make he's not gonna do some stuff good for us. I'm just saying at the end of the day, that's who his friends are. We're not friends with them. They're friends with each other. Evil Rick says Harleys don't leak, they mark their territory. Yeah. That is I'm a little bit behind on comments, I think, huh? That is the truth. My old shovelhead, it didn't matter what you did, it was going to mark its territory. Right on. That's true. Ray's Moto says, I will agree to get the big stuff, leave the small stuff for later. Right. Yeah, right on. Right on. Let's worry about the major shit now, and this other piddly shit, we'll get to that, right? Let's take care of business to begin with. Get us. And I'm not trying, but he is putting some attention on some of the shit that should be saved for later. On some of it, and some of it he's going after the big stuff, and I appreciate that. As so far, I mean, if I see something that hits me as he's doing it wrong, by all means, but if what I'm seeing is seems to be working, we'll see where it ends up. Paperback says there's a bunch of videos now with U.S. farmers jumping off the MAGA train. I have to check for it. I have seen, you know what? You are correct, Paperback, about that part. I don't know how many, but I do remember seeing 2 different videos from these people that claim they're farmers, and I know they were Trump supporters, and now they're coming out pissed off. So, I mean, I don't know the whole story there, but I do remember seeing 2 separate videos, and now that you say it, that is true. There is videos out there like that, and they were past Trump supporters. So, there's got to be a little bit of something to that, I suppose. Yeah. So, Ray's Moto says the USA McDonald's French fries has 17 ingredients. In the Europe, McDonald's French fries has 3. Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah, McDonald's is poison here in America. I won't eat the shit. I won't. I had somebody offer me some McDonald's. They was eating something. Oh, you went? Nope, nope. I ain't eating it. I don't care. I'll starve. I'll let my dog kill some animal out in the forest and eat that. Before I eat McDonald's. It's poison, and that's true here in America. They don't. And that's where we got to get this under control. If Trump wants to further win me over, let's get rid of with Kennedy, this whole make America healthy again. I take a little issue with Kennedy because he's telling us about make America healthy again. Well, it turns out that he owns stock in the mRNA technology for the vax, right? And him owning stock in that raises red flags to me. You can't be too much about making America healthy again if you're investing in the very vaccines that are, I suppose I better watch saying that, right? But that are killing the people. So I mean, I'm all for making, I'll believe it when I don't see a photo op when I see a photo op with, saying make America healthy again, and here they're all sitting in a plane eating McDonald's. I have a hard time believing you're worried about making America healthy again until you're ready to put McDonald's under the microscope. Cindy says, the Frogzilla, my first car was a 59 Impala convertible, white with red seats. I paid Dad $59. Oh, right on. Yeah, 59 Impala. That'd be a cool car. That might have been about the year. I don't remember what the year was. There were several Impalas on Tapacio's video. That green one was pretty sweet. That might have been a 60 something. I don't remember what year that was. It didn't say what year it was anyway, but right on. Impalas are pretty cool. The old ones. Ray's Moto, I will agree there is two types of people in this country, the elite and the poor, 100%. And, until I see that change, I will not praise any of the rich people. I don't care who they are. They all, at the end of the day, you're not going to be in the billionaire club if you ain't, rubbing elbows with the rest of them, right? Because they'll make sure if they, the whole attempt on Trump, people might disagree with me, but I can say that I'm not going to say 100% it was faked. I believe it was personally. But people say, oh, you couldn't fake in this day and age. You could 100% fake that on the Trump end of it, not the other people that died, right? But where was I going with that? Because that's the thing. If he wasn't really rubbing elbows with these people, if they truly wanted to take him out, they could do it. That's what we don't understand. If they wanted to get rid of him, they could do it. Let's not kid ourselves about that. Evil Rick says, haven't seen any farmers complaining myself, only I seen crying on those losing their free ride. And there is a lot of that going on too, so a whole lot of that going. There's a whole lot of bullshit going on where these people are just scared to death because all this free shit the crazy ass Obama was doing, Biden, right? And it's funny how Biden seemed like he was senile until after the big gig was up. Now all of a sudden he's in good mind, right? So we were being played, and we're being played every step of the way, all the way around, is the truth. Yeah, I mean, if we only know from what we see. But I had seen two videos where I knew the people were where I knew they were Trump supporters the whole time, and then suddenly they're pissed off, and but two of them I had seen. I don't know for sure how many out there are there, but I had seen two, and but I didn't put a whole lot of stock into it to further research into it until I didn't even remember it until Paperback said something about it. But there is a whole lot of you almost got to laugh at it, like what the hell about the people losing their minds over the dumb shit, right? Or I know somebody personally that and they're right. Like, take my case, what happened to me in my community, and nobody lifts a finger to try to help me get justice. But this other guy gets, woman, I guess, because he had it legally changed, right? And it's not to cut him or whatever, but your rights weren't violated because you were, they didn't come after you because you were a trans person, right? But you got a big ass lawsuit that they're bowing down. We got our cops afraid to do anything here in this town because they might offend the trans community, right? And now a personal friend of mine is out here whining and crying about Trump, everything about Trump, because the trans community is what it boils down to. Well, go cry somewhere else, because I'm being violated and nobody gives a shit because I'm just a normal white American, right? So until I start seeing some equality, don't think that I'm going to give a shit when you want to take something away from the trans community or tell them that, they're too freaking bad. And there's a lot of crying about that shit. Okay. And you won't win me over on that shit. First of all, my God won't allow me to see fit with that. Did I? Yeah. So, I mean, whatever, is a whole lot of crying about that. That's for sure. That kind of stuff. Ray's Moto says, yeah, the government's not going to spend their money. They're going to spend ours. It is the tax dollar, right? Yeah. Yeah. They won't. You damn right. They will never spend their own money. And it's amazing how they become rich when they're supposed to be on a certain salary. Did you see the Delta airplane crash in Toronto, Canada? It's upside down. No. No, I'm gonna have to. Is that a fresh thing? I didn't hear about that. Oh, I have to bring that up in a minute here. I didn't even hear about that. And then we just had one somewhere else. There's plane crashes left and right anymore. Just had one. Was it last night? And I forget what that one was. Should do another thing about the plane crashes. Right on. Thanks for sharing that, Rays. I didn't know nothing about that. Eva Rick says, Ray, I saw a page for it. Haven't watched yet. Right on. Maybe we'll bring that up. I just typed it in. Let me get through these comments. Seems like I'm a little bit behind here, huh? Frogzilla says, paperback is just another Trump deranged hater. Could be. I don't know. Chime in, paperback. Is that what it is? Do you just hate Trump? Because, I mean, I don't know. Is this your true feelings because this is information you're finding out, or you believe you're finding out, or whatever, or are you just a Trump hater? Okay. You can find on my channel a lot. I say things against Trump, and I'll say things against anyone in the top if I find something wrong or disagree with what they're doing. I'm not a hardcore Trump supporter because the first time around, I guess, right? But I don't want to be deranged on either side is my thing. You're not gonna. I'm for us, we the people, and the Constitution, and that's what I'm all about. And but there are people that just because it ain't their side, they're and there's a lot, but both sides are feeling that too. The government from both sides, right? And Trump is trolling it and egging it on. And so that's not just Trump, but also Elon, these people. They're egging it on. That's not good. Come on, we need to calm it down and win these people over. Okay, we got to win them over with truth and facts and kindness. And so it ain't doing no good when we got the guy they're against trolling them. But I mean, is that what's? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. That's Frogzilla says, I saw that, Ray. Okay, the plane crash. Eva Rick says, Frog, maybe not, might just be a lamestream news watcher, just doesn't know she is being lied to all day long. And that's a good point, because that's the thing. not everybody fits into the whole deranged thing. There's those that do and those that don't, right? There's those that are against Trump, or anyone, right? Based on what the fake stream media is pushing out to us. We can't trust. They've been lying to us forever, right? So we can't trust all that. Everything they tell us. We got to take it with a grain of salt and do our due diligence to do some independent research on it, right? Because otherwise, if we're only catching what the mainstream news is telling us, we're going to form opinions that that may be a little hardcore or off based. That could be very well. Ray's Motor Life. It was a full plane, 76 people, 9 injured. Okay, right on. I'm gonna try to get the video up to have it ready, and we'll get through these comments and find out what that's all about. Cindy says, "Thank you, Evo, Rick, and Ray. I got that a while back." Sick bastard says, "Ray's Moto Life. I saw that." Okay. Right, the plane. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to bring up here in a minute. Sick bastard. Yeah, they said maybe it was the weather, but it made it flip upside down when it crashed. Wow. That'd be the only one time I ever flew to Vegas and back, right? And on my way back, we hit a storm, and I don't like flying anyways. And we hit a storm. I jumped out. We were supposed to have our seatbelts on. I didn't have it. And everybody started freaking out because we hit a storm, and as we're trying to land, and that plane did this. And to me, I thought it was tipping over and the wing was going to hit the ground and shit. So I jumped up. Oh, fuck, right? People in the plane was freaking out. I'm surprised I didn't get, if it would happen today, they'd probably throw me in jail. But I was freaking out because I thought the fucking thing was, excuse my language there. Wow. Okay. I've been shadow banned on Instagram 3 times in the last three months and a half. Yeah, right on. I think the last time they shadow banned me, it's been a while. I feels like it's never been lifted. I can search my website on Google and I can type it in exactly how it is, AmericaUncensored.net, and wouldn't you know it, it don't come up, or it's not one of the first that comes up. And if I type it in like that, it should be one of the first that come up. If you type in America Uncensored on Google, the first thing that comes up is some website called Uncensored America. Well, that's not, why ain't it showing mine first that typed the right way, right? Because they got me shadow banned. But I went through that a long time ago before it was even known that because of my website, all the shit I used to have on there. Paperback says, Evo Rick, I don't watch mainstream media. I'm watching the videos of U.S. farmers telling their own stories. Are you a farmer? Have you ever grown crops? Or do you ever grow crops? Okay, that's 2 Evo Rick there. Not watching. I mean, maybe. I mean, right? You might have seen more stuff. Like I said, I seen two that. So I need to do my due diligence and put more research into that. But then again, that skips over Frogs. Paperback says, Frogzilla says, Paperback, what farming do you do? You sound like you are nothing but a big keyboard warrior. Us here watch very closely to what's going on in our country. You have chosen the wrong ones to F with. I'll probably let as long as it stays respectful enough, I'll stay out of I don't want to take sides on people's arguments, and unless people don't, let's not, by all, right. Don't do it as a plan to fuck with us, with the community. We can all do this I'm not saying it has yet, but we can all, my goal is on this channel, we do keep respect towards each other. And I'm not, so far, everything looks respectful. I'm not at all I'm just trying to say certain things. I'll try to, maybe I should overlook certain comments and let you guys hash it out between yourselves, unless it comes to the point that it's disrespectful, or, by all, we can have our own views and have and that's what I appreciate. So far on my channel, it seems like we're able to, people are able to have disagreements and still get along with each other, right? Evil Rick says, paperback. No, I'm not a farmer, but I live in the middle of thousands of acres of fields. Yeah, you do over there. I live in the country where lots of crops are grown. Haven't heard anyone complaining, and I will attest to that from where you're at over there, Evil Rick. You've got to be around a lot. Where you would hear a lot of because I know you're kind of in the area where close to, anyways. I don't know if you've heard of Off Grid and Doug and Stacy, their channel, and don't know if you like them or not, whatever. But he's down in there, and he's so he tells us a lot of the word that's coming from the farmers in his area, and comes out on his channel letting us know what the farmers in his area are saying, and which is pretty close to your general area as far as I know. And so yeah, I'm sure if those farmers in that area had an issue, you would certainly know about it. Frogzilla says it was Biden who was jailing farmers. It was Biden who was stealing farmers' land. And that is true. And that is under Biden, a lot of bad shit went against the farmers. That's true. That, we can't overlook that. So I mean, if we're gonna, we got to face all the facts that, we can't excuse anyone for doing it. If somebody's hurting our farmers, we can't excuse them, no matter who they are, whether it be, or anyone before that. To me, every president we've had needs to be put in jail. If it comes down to it, they've all acted illegally. I did a video to upload about that, but it got my attitude got pretty heated on it. So it's still on my system, but I never uploaded it because I don't want to piss everybody off. Ray's Moto says, Frogzilla, I was thinking the same thing. Warriors to the rescue. Did I was, okay, wait a minute. I was, oh, okay. Yeah, right. I was Warriors to rescue. Yeah, right. Sorry about that. I thought I skipped comments. Paperback says, Frogzilla, are you saying that because I present a different view that I'm an enemy? That's a foolish way to think. Why don't you just verify what I say instead? I mean, I understand that, right? If I disagree with you, if I'm having a different view with somebody, if I disagree, well, I mean, like how I want to do some upcoming programs, I want to do maybe some open panels. But if I disagree in that, and we're doing it on video or whatever, then I should come up with the facts that why I disagree, right? Or verify or disprove. Like when I end up in court and shit, right? Well, it's up to you you're innocent till proven guilty. Well, okay, then prove I'm guilty, right? So I mean, that's valid there. Howdy from Mythical Rider. Good to see you. Glad you joined us. And that's tomorrow. You got something coming up on your channel, right? That's not tonight. That's tomorrow, I think. I know I got it set for note, but I had last night's the Unchained down the rabbit hole. I had that set for notifications, and it didn't tell me. I ended up remembering and going to it, but it never gave me the notification. Eva Rick says hi to Lolly, which is mystical for anyone that don't know. Frogzilla says paperback. we follow what's going on here very deeply. If you knew about some of the people you were talking to his channel, you wouldn't be saying that you are just a clown. And and that's most of the people here in this chat do have been paying attention to a lot of this stuff and following what's going on. So I got, that is true. Most of them, when they're chiming in on something, they're chiming in from an opinion of paying attention to a lot of different angles of stuff. And so I mean, that I got to agree with that. That Frogzilla is not just coming up with shit out of his, as he feel, he's going off of information that most everyone in this community follows along with this stuff, stays up to date on the various channels. On my channel, I tried to do that. That's gotten way off topic from what I started, but I don't care that as long as my point was made to begin with. Otherwise, we would already ended it. But I'm glad it's continuing on. I'm glad we're doing this. Oops. Okay. Paperback. Evil Rick says paperback. Maybe instead of telling people who follow these things, they should do some research. Maybe it's you who need to do some research. That's, we all should do our due diligence and research. And, we can't go by, the truth is we can't go by just a bunch of videos we've seen of people bitching. We also got to go by, we got to put enough research in there to say what, to validate our opinions or what we're saying or whatever. Your comment, Frogzilla, your comment speaks volumes. Thanks. Paperback says, I'm not doing a very good job at staying out of the Ray's Moto says, we don't dislike people because they have different opinion or view. We dislike people because they talk stuff just to get reaction. That's a troll. Okay, right? I mean, that's true. I don't want no trolling going on. Personally, I don't want no trolling going on. If anyone's in here saying anything just to get a reaction, I don't want that going on. Because that's, for the most part, that's how we are. That's how we try to keep it. And, but we, let's not, hopefully no trolling going on. Frogzilla says, myself, Ray's Moto Life, and Evil Rick all live in the country. If farmers were pissed, we would know. I talk with farmers almost every day. That's why I can say you are full of shit. And that's, and that's what I'm saying, because I live, like I said, I have seen 2 videos from known Trump supporters. I'll see if I can find them and share them on in my feed or whatever later on. But because the one was just the other day, I think, but I have to go through my history or whatever. But I have seen videos, 2 videos of 2 different people that claim to be farmers, and they were, and I knew for sure they were Trump supporters before, and now all of a sudden they're coming out with some videos pissed off. So I got to agree that is out there. But I also got to say, I live around a big farming community, and the farmers around here are rich, right? And that's the truth. Most of them, right? And none of them, and the truth is none of them are pissed off here in my local area. And I'm kind of, they call it a city, but I'm not too far from right out in the country, and it's all, grain elevators and everything all around. Paperback says, Ray's Moto, just presenting information that might be helpful. If you want to see it as negative, it's because you're more interested in personalities and not information that might be helpful. And, and if that's your goal, that's right. That's not necessarily being a troll, right? If that's, if from your heart, you're saying this is the stuff I've seen and this is how I feel, so I'm presenting this out there, want to throw it out there, go take a look. That's, you're just trying to be helpful one way or another. And I believe everyone's heart in here is that way too. They're feeling that it's this way, and they're trying to tell you both ways. I believe to me, that's the feeling I'm getting, is both people are trying to say no, but whatever. Yeah, as long as there ain't no personal attacks, right? I mean, because it don't matter where you're at. I disagree with a lot of people here in my own community about shit all the time. As long as we can keep it civil, right? I'm not any team. I only look at info. Right on. I appreciate that because that's where I stand. I don't choose either side. I finally decided to do that a long time ago. This time around, I didn't vote. People will say, "Oh, you don't got it." You do. As long as you're an American citizen, you got a right to have an opinion, whether you voted or not. Because, like I've said once before, it don't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. At the end of the day, we have a constitution here, right? And their job is to be for we the people, no matter what side you're from. It's all of us, we the people. And the problem is there's so much information, this side and that side. It becomes very hard to discern from this what's really fact and fiction anymore. And they're making the AI is going to make this shit even harder. Frogzilla, Ray's Moto says, Frogzilla, I agree with you. Evil Rick says, paperback, we all follow what's going on in the country. We all work and pay taxes, and we all see how the government treats our money like their piggy bank. And we are all sick of being robbed to give away. Right on. And that's the truth. That's what it all comes down to at the end of the day. We're being robbed by our government, and we're not getting any benefit out of it, and we're being ran into the ground from it. This is what, and I believe most of the community that comes in here, that I believe that at the end of the day, that's what we all want. What's right for all of us, right? For we the people. And we're sick of being robbed and bent over by our government. Ray's Moto says, Frogzilla, the only people I see companion is on social media trying to get attention. And there is a lot of that going on. And oh, now I'm figure this out. Okay. Evil Rick says, to other countries that do nothing for U.S., the government gives weapons to every other country while trying to deprive us of them. And that's 100%. And I have a very big issue with that. Our government has, for a very long time now, been given all these weapons, guns, and tanks, and everything, right, to all these other countries. And meanwhile, trying to take our own. And the reason they want to take away that tells you what the government's up to at the end of the day, right? They want to get rid of our weapons from us, so that because these countries they're giving them to, the people they're giving them to in the other countries are the people who are oppressing people, right? Our country we're going to all end up we're already oppressed for one. It's only going to get worse as soon as they get our weapons. And that's coming. And sadly, Tulsi Gabbard, however you say her name, I don't trust her when it comes to the Second Amendment. Evil Rick says, did I? Okay. Ray's Moto says, Frogzilla, the only people I see companion is on. Oh, yeah, I did see that. Okay. Sorry about that. Evil Rick says, to other countries that do nothing. And I said that one too, didn't I? Okay, let me catch up and get on track here. Mythical says, too much information is misleading information, just like when the media threw a fit about confidential information being released when it was the same information released on their own government. Yeah, and that's true. They started. That is true. They started throwing a fit about the confidential information. All right, but they didn't. But where was it all the rest of this time that was going on? And that's true. Too much information being thrown out there becomes misleading information. The government gives billions of our tax dollars to this country enemies. The government takes our money and builds skyscrapers for other countries. Yeah, that's the truth. And there's where our issue is. There's where my issue is. Our government is not for we the people like it's supposed to be. The government takes our money and uses it for whatever things, puts the biggest kickback in the government's pockets, and that's true. And some of these are maybe responses to things but catch back up here. Our tax dollars go to the gun grabbers. That is for sure. That was Frogzilla. Tapatio says he's okay. He's like looking in. I'm not sure what that emoji is, but I get it. I'm reading these back for anyone that might be out there not able to view, and there's I've realized on some of these live streams there's people driving or whatever and just listening, so that's why I'm reading off these comments for anyone that don't know. Mythical says U.S. aid is primarily corrupt and lines the wrong pockets. It needs to be shut down, and the areas that were true and good need to be reconfigured to do what it was meant to do. Yeah, I mean, they need to totally get rid of the part that's being corrupt 100%, and hold those accountable that are behind it. And that's my problem. You can shut it down all you want, but those same slimy bastards that started it are going to end up somewhere else. The only way to get the point across is throw these people in jail, or bring out the gallows. Mythical says representatives and senators, government need a pay cut, need to stay in their state and get off the taxpayers' teats. Yeah, 100%. 100% agree with that. Evil Rick, it won't get disrespectful. I have a wrench and I know damn well how to use it. Yeah, right on. Yeah, right. Yeah, I just sometimes, like I say, certain things I should just overlook, because then the way, who knows how I'm saying it back when it's two people talking, responding to each other, and I might say it and it's off topic anyway or whatever, and then it maybe brings a whole thing, so I'm not trying to shed too much light on that. So some of that, that's all I'm trying to say is I'm not, because we got a good thing going on, and but I'm reading along on the comments, and honestly, there's some things that I should just leave it. This is something between this person and that person, and unless I need to speak up, but whatever. I think we're doing all right. Everything seems all right. Tapatio's, everyone has different. Tapatio says everyone has different opinions, should be respected. Debate in it is another. Yeah, right. And I want to do some debates on my channels. I see some of them going on out there, and I see a few of them are able to keep it respectful and stuff. And I want to get to debates and stuff and bring people on. We're getting around to that. We'll get to it. And by all means, it seems like everybody. I shout out to every one of you in the chats. Everything seems to be going good, and I'm just all I'm trying to say is, by the way, I'm reading stuff. Don't take nothing wrong for, if anyone takes what I'm saying, or if I'm making your point come across wrong, I'm not trying to. Moto Bomb Virginia, shout out to you. Thanks for joining us. I'm a little bit behind on the comments. Not sure how far behind. But thanks for joining us, for sure. Evil Rick shouts out to Moto. Frogzilla shouts out to Moto. Mythical Rider shouts out to Moto. Okay, yeah. He's and Moto Bomb shouts back to everybody else. Oh, we might be almost caught up here. Okay, the only way to be Mythical says the only way to be knowledge is to listen to all sides and research. The truth is not found in social media alone. And that's true. Tapatio says this conversation is not about debating politics. It's about people's opinions of view. I'm not a politician. I just give my point of view. Yeah, right on. And everybody's entitled to their point of view and comes up with it however they come up with it. But everyone's entitled to their point of view. And yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to get, I wasn't trying to get no politics debating going on at all. Just when that's where I gotta start catching myself if I start reading into the comments and then realize that, oh, that's two people talking amongst each other, because then when I bring it up, it turns it into a political, it has a potential to do that. But let's check out this. This is from Fox News for the
Delta Airlines crash landing in Toronto. We are getting some video in live right now, so we want to pass that along to you. This is courtesy of CTV and showcasing this Delta Airlines flight that is now upside down after a crash in Toronto. This was a version of a situation that happened earlier today. And again, the flight crash landing, it originated from Minneapolis, crash landed here in Toronto. And the best case scenario, though, did happen with all passengers safe, all crew members safe as well. And again, we are bringing this to you here on Live Now from Fox as we are seeing more of the emergency crews just centered in around this area in the airport that is no doubt been seeing such a different day than what they could have expected with this crash landing that happened. But again, everyone safe here in this situation. No crew members hurt, no passengers hurt. We are learning some new information, though, that 8 people were injured and taken to a local hospital. So very fluid situations.
Now, first of all, the guy says no one's hurt, and then he says, "Oh, but we're getting that 8 passengers were injured." Well, that means some people were hurt, right? Back up on the comments here. Cindy says, "Mythical, absolutely. Government cuts. They've made enough and too much with what little work they do." Right on. 100%. Tapatio says, "Have to get going here, bro. You and everyone have a blessed day." Right on, Tapacios. Right on. Thanks for joining. I'm so glad to see you, and we'll catch you later on. Enjoy your day. By all means, be blessed, bro. Evil Rick says, "It was brought to us. We were talking about bad cops and judges." That's true. That's true. I'm just saying, the way I was reading the comments, I kind of probably pushed it out there further, not realizing what was going on there, So, I mean, I'll take my blame on that. But I mean, that is true. We started out bad cops and judges, which is, I've been on a kick about that stuff, as most of you understand, just because of bullshit they've pulled on me. But that's where it started out at. Frogzilla says, "Later to Pacios." Evil Rick says, "See ya, Tap." And Frogzilla says, right on. Okay. I'll show just a little bit more of this clip, I guess. And I'm going to probably get ready to shut her down in a few minutes, because I think Salty's going to be
still
coming up pretty
unfolding right now, as you can imagine. But upside down, this plane is Delta Airlines flight originated from Minneapolis, and we are bringing this courtesy again of CTV that is providing this shot right now for us. But here is the airport in Toronto, and you're seeing more first responders there at the scene of looks like a very cold and frigid day there, as expected in Canada. But no doubt, a full-on investigation will be happening. So we are learning of 8 people injured here, unfortunately, in this crash landing. But when you look at the scene here, could have been much worse, though, when you are looking at a plane that is upside down right now, and with the wheels up and not on the ground there. That is a sight that's fortunately here, we do not see too often, but unfortunate for the crew and the passengers, and how scary this all must have been as they were coming in for a landing. And then whatever happened, obviously the investigation will follow, and we'll be getting some details as it unfolds there. But again, this Delta Airlines flight upside down after the crash landing. We are learning of 8 people injured. And again, this is the aftermath here of what had to be a very scary incident that happened on this runway, where they were just thinking it was going to be a normal flight, a normal landing. And just a really good example of why they always tell you to buckle up really at all times during a flight, because you just don't know what could happen, especially during a takeoff or a.
Well, I guess that's most of what they're going to tell. I would like to have seen some footage of that happening, I suppose, right? That's wow. Thanks for bringing that to our attention, Ray's Moto. Appreciate that. Wow, that's another crash. Wow. I have to look some more into that and maybe do one on some of these plane crashes. And otherwise, it's getting close to. So I want to let everyone know, if you're not on my mailing list, for anyone who's interested, there should be a link in the description. Maybe I haven't put it in there yet, but it's usually in my videos, to my mailing list. And anyone who signs on that mailing list, I'm going to run a little giveaway kind of thing too, where I'm going to give away, the mailing list is not to, I don't hardly do very much at all with it. It's just to keep in touch with all the people, especially if I get kicked off any platforms or stuff. So if you sign up on that, that's how it works, but also I'm going to run a little bit of a giveaway thing myself, but it's for memberships. And there's a 3-level membership I do through Buy Me a Coffee. And by all means, you don't have to, but I'm just saying, because the perks that here soon are going to come with those memberships. So I'm going to give away twice, 2 different times. I'm going to give away one of each levels of those memberships. And so I'm going to draw names out of everyone that's on the mailing list. And I'm just doing that mostly to help get my channel to grow, and one that way everyone I have, they can stay in. I can stay in contact with them in case something would happen that I get thrown off any platforms or anything. And so by all means, check into that mailing list and get yourself in that, and you get it'll be a year's membership that I'm giving away for each of the 3 levels, and whatever one you get, whoever wins whatever levels, it'll come with whatever perks come with that. Like as things get along, the top level is going to get once a month. I'll be doing a drawing for merchandise like T-shirts that I got going on or whatever. And so I'll do a drawing once a month for that, and everyone in the top level will be automatically entered into that. And then other little things I do is it's anyone that's those memberships, that's what it is the people automatically entered into whatever benefits I'm going to be throwing out there. So I just want to throw that out there. And otherwise, it looks like Salty Badger's about to get started over on YouTube and on his live. And he's at 7 Central. Okay, so I'm sorry. T-Bone is getting ready to start at 6:30 Central, so that would be in about a half hour. And then after that, we got Salty Badger going at 7 p.m. Central, so that'd be about an hour from now. And they both got great channels. By all means, anyone who's in here that ain't aware of their channel, it's not most of that's not political stuff. It's biker related oriented, and a good community of people, and they run good, interesting streams. I'm not sure what T-Bone will have on his. Sometimes he gets into some interesting content, that's interesting non-biker. Usually these guys all have interesting content, but I'm saying it's not always biker related. And I know we had any of you auditors in here. If you got, if you're still in here, and you got any lives coming up scheduled or anything, or videos you're about to drop, by all means, let me know and we'll get your link dropped and point people to that. And Mythical Writer says Tuesday at 8 p.m. Mythical Writer, Mystical Themes, first live. Okay, right on tomorrow night, right? Okay, right? Yeah. I wanted to make sure I didn't forget that one, and I wanted to shout that out. I planned on doing that in today's live and then got distracted or whatever. But yes, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Mythical Writer. Do we got a link for that? Okay, it looks like right on. Mythical Writer says, that's awesome, AU, whatever. That I'm sure I'm behind on the comment. I'm not sure what I said. That's awesome, but but thank you. Yeah, so here's Eva Ricks dropped her link, and by all means, get over there and check out Mythic. It's Lolly and Frog over there, and this is going to be their first live. So by all means, get over there tomorrow night and check that out at 8 o'clock. I'm sure it's going to be very interesting with the content that they're going to be focusing on. And if you like ghost stories and stuff like that, right? Different stuff like that, you'll sure to like this channel, like her lives coming up. And I'll be sure to be there myself. Eva Rick drops a link for Frog's merchandise, right on. And a link for Salty's merchandise, right on. Get over there and show these guys some support. And Frogzilla says, thanks, Evo Rick. Evo Rick says, T-Bones is UFO over Alabama. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Last night they was talking about some UFOs on the, where T-Bone's also a co-host or whatever, one of the hosts of the one I mentioned earlier, Unchained Down the Rabbit Hole. And they was talking about, so he's going to do UFOs, I guess, tonight. Right on. UFO over Alabama. Yeah, I'm going to make sure I get over and check that out. And Mythical Writer says, thanks. Yeah, right on. Definitely. I'm planning on too, like I did with Saudi, probably drop it in one of my posts to help tomorrow before it, to help people remember to get over there. Awesome about your membership and giveaways. Oh yeah, right on. Thanks. Yeah. I was sitting there thinking, well, I had this email list for a while. It started out from my website and stuff like that, and then I was like, why don't I start implementing it into this? And shout out to Angelica Justice on most. That's her name on most platforms. If you're watching, she's followed me. She's been there ever since the beginning of way back in the days of my website, right? And I was thinking about that, and I was like, but she was able to follow me through all the changes I had to go where it went from my website on the first time it got shut down, and I ended up on the social media. So that's support. So I was like, that's what the email list is for. So get it pushed out there. And then I figured with this, where I signed up on the Buy Me a Coffee thing and whatever, I figured I'd do some membership giveaways to get that going and to offer people that's been with me already this amount of time. Appreciate all you guys, and give back a little bit, however, the best way I can at the moment. And I don't know. We'll see. And it will help my channel with subscription, to grow subscribers and views. And by all means, I want to help everybody else get that too. I want to, I seen on Ray's Modal earlier, they was talking about where people talk about getting monetized and stuff like that. And by all means, and I don't blame anyone we create these channels for a reason, and we want to make it worth doing it. And so I'm by all means, it's helped me where people are giving me shout outs, and by all means, I want to return those favors. Help people get theirs too. You can start your own merch store at Teespring. No upfront costs. I appreciate that. I have one actually, but it's not Teespring. It's I might look at that, see if there's a difference. But I have oh man, what's it called? Spreadshirt, right? Spreadshirt, and I upload my designs on there. And I think it's kind of like I've heard of Teespring. I haven't looked a whole lot into it, but I think it's almost the same thing. As I got a store. I'm just waiting for YouTube to allow me to pop it up there. You know, after you get, I think I'm only a few 1,500 watch hours away from where it will let you post it up there. But yeah, I got some. I usually leave a link in the description of my videos where I have a little store where it says merch or whatever, merchandise, whatever. So it looks like a little shop thing. And I have been running that so far. I ain't sold shit on there, but I haven't gotten the word out there quite a bit. But it's almost like but I appreciate you letting me know about that. And I'm going to check into it, and just in case it might be a better deal than I got going on. Yeah, Spread Shop is what it's called. Yeah. I can't post her link. She came in a different platform. Oh yeah, right. I don't think she's running a channel, Evo Rick. I don't think she's got a YouTube channel. I'll have to check. If she does, I'll make sure to post it in one of my next videos. But yeah, I don't think she's running a channel. Otherwise, find her on Facebook would be just type in her name there. Yeah, Spreadshop. Yeah, it's about the same. Okay. Yeah, I figured it kind of was. Yeah, I like I say, I haven't pushed it very much yet. On my website I do. I throw the things out there, and once in a while in a video I'll throw a little picture of something up and say look for the merch or whatever. But I haven't pushed it out a lot on YouTube yet. I should more, and maybe I'm sure it would be helpful if I do. But I've had the shop for a while and just haven't. I need to push it more because I haven't done much with it. I got a few designs on there. I had more, but you know, you always got to comply or whatever. They made me cut some of the designs. But yeah, right on. Channel you on Cindy Dotson. I'm on YouTube. You would type in at the @ America Uncensored without the A. It's because somebody jumped in. I'm America Uncensored, but somehow somebody jumped in and stole that. They got the rights to use the whole word, to use the U, the capital U or whatever. So on YouTube, it's just at America Uncensored. Is the best way I can say it. I don't know if they put a description on the YouTube side, but if it is, it might be in the description of the video. That's where I'm at on YouTube. If I'm the one you're talking to, unless you're talking to somebody else, because like Mythical Riders channel, I'm sure you would like. You will find that interesting tomorrow at 8. Cindy, but but the problem is this Facebook won't let me chat to there from here for whatever reason, so I can't drop the links into there. But I mean, I can show you the link. Actually, if you if you're on YouTube and you type in at Mythical Rider, it should bring up her channel if you're interested in watching that. And I don't know if they're going to be streaming to Facebook or not. Just copy the link. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you yeah, if you can see that link there, if you copy that, it'll take you right to, and then put it in your browser, it'll take you right to it. what you do on these chats. What you on these chats? Yeah, I'm so I'm on. So I have it. I'm through a streaming thing where it's allowing me to do this, and then it sends it out to YouTube, which is my main video platform. It'll send it out to YouTube, and it'll send it to Facebook at the same time. So, but this program I'm using, or YouTube lets this program reply back to those chats on the YouTube side, but the Facebook side won't allow it. And I don't know why. It's stupid, I think. But so they won't. So in order, I got to be have it brought up on my browser. But if I bring up too many browsers, it slows my, it crashes, right? So but otherwise, the only way for me to chat back to it allow everybody from Facebook to chat to me or to the chat, but it won't allow these guys to chat back, and that's why I got it posted up where it's we're showing all the chats. That way, that way you guys can see each other because otherwise, and I hate that it does that. I wish it would allow, because if it would integrate it both, and then that way it'd be a lot easier if they would, but that's just more stupid shit from Facebook, right? I can't cope. These links, copy these links. I'm not on the right one. Right on. Okay. I will, let me see if it lets me into the Facebook side real quick. The chats. That way, oh, I got to copy the link. Hold on. Oh, now I gotta go here. Let's see here. I think I can do it if I bring up. Let's see. Shit. I think I can do it if I bring up. Oh, that's why. Okay, hold on a second. Oh. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Gosh dang it. Okay, let me try this. And I'll try to drop. That's Mythical Writers. That's Mythical Writers link that I dropped into there. I think it should have went in there. Yeah. Okay. And on mine, I think if you go on my profile, if you look on my profile, it should have a link to my channel. And otherwise, that I'll drop hers in there because it's so complicated for me to. That's so stupid that they do it that way. At Mystical Themes, okay, or you can search at Mystical Themes. But I think I dropped a link in there. I think for on the Facebook side. And then we aren't on Facebook. Oh, okay, right on. Right on. And then okay. Oh, that's my Facebook. So yeah, that link there is to her thing, and that's 8:00 tomorrow, Eastern time. And then for my channel, you can click on, if you look in my profile, it should have, or it might be in the description, it should have my link. And these other links, a lot of times I'll be dropping, a lot of these other channels, I'll be dropping theirs too. I'm trying to help everyone else get their stuff too. So I haven't been doing this too much on Facebook yet, but here shortly, here pretty soon, I'll be dropping their links and letting, when they got stuff going on, I'll be dropping it in posts on Facebook. Yeah, that worked. Thanks. Yeah, right on. Right on. Okay, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and get her shut down so I can finish a few things out and then get over there to check out which one's coming up? T-Bones. I didn't drop a link to that on the I'll try to, after I get this done, I'll try to drop it on a post on Facebook for T-Bones thing that's getting ready to start. And Mythical says, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. No problem. No problem. Hey, that's what I like about, the people that get it, right? We're sharing the love out there and helping each other, right? It's because otherwise you're waiting on these algorithms. And if you don't got a bunch of money to spend, that algorithms, they're only going to promote you unless you're spending, otherwise to me, this is the workaround. It's been very helpful with everyone in the community. Like I say, I was with the auditor community, and there's some good auditors out there. I'm not like Brendan Mitchell. He's running a good thing. Tapacios, he's running a good thing. So I'm not trying to cut, but some of the very large channels there, it's a cutthroat thing there. So I ended up over here with the, in the biker communities, and everybody's sharing the stuff and sharing the love on, on the channels of, even bigger than mine, but I don't know about the real large channels. I don't follow too many of those, but all right, right on. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I appreciate it very much. And don't forget, if you got to look from the beginning, if you missed it, we are being operated, being ruled by Kangaroo courts using Sham legal process. And we thank you very much for tuning in. I probably don't have no outro music. That's one downside of the restream. It's not where the other one lets me use outro music. But Eva Rick says, be bad, or at least don't get caught being good. See you later. Remember to be bad. Right on. I'll see all of you guys later. I appreciate you tuning in. It means the world to me. You spent your time with me, and you could have been doing anything else. But we'll see you next time. Thanks a lot.